Good afternoon. It is now 4:05 on July 12, 2023. I would like to start the closed session meeting, but you first have to open for oral communication before we recess for closed session. So, call to order.
Okay, I'll go ahead and call roll call. Mayor Nguyen.
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
I'm here.
Councilwoman Fan West.
Yes, I'm here.
Councilmember Monzo.
I'm here.
And I'll mark Councilmember Ho. She's here. Mayor, you have a quorum.
We can start with the oral communication for closed session. Just want to remind you that this is for closed session item only, which is you can't talk anything else, or else I have to cut you off because it's not allowed. If anything else beside the closed session, you can wait after the 6 o'clock. We can open for the general session. So why don't you go ahead and read the instruction into the record, please, Madam Clerk.
Okay. This is the time of the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding items on the agenda only. Members of the public wishing to speak can address the City Council in person and should complete a green speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the City Clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time, state your name and the city of residency for the record.
All right, thank you very much. I'm excited to see all of you here today to come out and express your opinions. Of course, we'll listen to you. But before we go, we call the first speaker. Let me remind you, those with the sign, you need to go to the back because we have the policy adopted that you can't sit in the front with the sign. So if those with the sign in the front seat, I'd like to ask you to go to the back seat, or else we need to have somebody to talk to you about it. Dạ thưa, nếu mà trong trường hợp mà có những cái bảng cầm tay mà lớn hơn cho dù là 8 rưỡi 11, quý vị phải ra đằng sau, cái ghế đằng sau cuối cùng, không được ngồi ghế đằng trước. Chúng tôi xin mời quý vị, những người nào là có những cái bảng cầm tay, xin ra đằng sau ngồi. Nếu không, chúng tôi sẽ có, chúng tôi phải mời quý vị một cách khác nữa. Miss Victoria, would you please? I have to specifically ask you to move to the back, please.
Okay.
Please, and please.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I don't keep in hand in my neck. Okay.
Thank you. And sorry that I have to read you the resolution. This resolution number is 4963, a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster establishing rules of decorum and civility at City Council meeting. So I'm not going to read all of those, but before, I just want to read a few to let you know. And if you have questions, I believe that they are posted outside of the chambers. We need to ask you to treat everyone with courtesy. Listen to the city official, city staff, and other members of public respectfully. Exercise self-control and avoid threats of violence and loud, insulting, demeaning, or offensive communication. Be open-minded and consider all viewpoints. And focus on the issue and avoid personalizing debate. All members of the public to speak without intimidation or interruption. No person attending City Council meeting shall repeatedly or excessively engage in disorderly conduct that disrupt, and otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting. All remarks by members of the public shall be addressed to the mayor, presiding officer, and/or the city council as a whole, and not to any other members or members of the public, or to any individual member of the city council unless in response to a question or comment from that member. All persons attending city council meeting shall obey any lawful order of the mayor, presiding officer, which is me, to enforce the rules of decorum. All persons attending the city council meeting shall listen courteously and attentively to all public discussion at the meeting and avoid interrupting members of the public addressing the city council or city officials. Well, if all those fails and I have to enforce the rules of decorum, severity policy, then this is what happened. In the event of that any member of the public breaches the rules of decorum in any manner that disrupt, or otherwise impede of the orderly conduct of the city council meeting, the mayor presiding, which is me, officer, shall issue an official warning. And you may ask to leave the council chambers. Also, I would like to mention that, again, just like any other meetings, there are students, either homeschool or school for summer. They probably attended the meeting, so please refrain from any profanity language at this meeting. I would appreciate for all that. I would like to thank you very much so that we can, have the business to conduct in orderly manner. So with that, I would like to open the oral communication and go ahead and call the first speaker, please.
Okay. We'll go ahead and start with Tim Hogan.
And before he starts, could you identify the two items? I want to make sure we have a public announcement of that, the two closed session items.
Sure. Before we go ahead and start, the City Council will recess to a closed session for the following purposes. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Performance Evaluation for Title City Manager, and pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline, Dismissal, and Release. Go ahead, Tim.
In your office last week, Mr. Mayor, I made a sincere offer of help, both for you and the city. I come now to make good on my offer. I hope I've misunderstood and will find council plans to honor Christine Cordone for her service, not rake her over coals of false outrage and manufactured grievance. For I find it impossible to believe that you, sir, who voted to approve her as city manager not once, but twice, each time unanimously, would now question her fitness for the job without having once brought her performance into question in over 2 years. We citizens have invested our faith and hope in Christine Cordone based on your good opinion, and she has not disappointed. She is not some monstrous mistake, and you did not you did not place a poorly qualified person at the helm of our city. This you know. We are caught in something more than a trap of mindless, petty foolishness. This is an insidious power grab designed to strip you of your authority. Please stand for us by standing for yourself. Our passions diverge, Mr. Mayor, and you and I approach issues from different sides of the same coin. But at heart, I believe we both want what is best for the city. And I truly believe, as you have so often expressed in the past, both by your words and by your votes, that our future is best assured in the hands of this competent city manager, Christine Cordone, a woman of honor and integrity with a strong belief in decorum and the rule of law, however foreign those values may be for some to understand. Sadly, this fiasco is already the talk in cities around us. This does not bode well for Westminster, as Ms. Cordone is well regarded throughout the county. As we careen towards bankruptcy and council moves to jettison the one person who anchors us in reality, I find it maddening there are those on the council who would cut our bridges. We'll need friends one day, and they will not be there, for we will have proved ourselves untrustworthy. Staff will leave. They'll polish their resumes, weigh their options, and move on. I know I would. With all the trouble we have today attracting qualified people, what fresh hell will tomorrow bring? Christine Cordon's dismissal would serve only to hasten our plunge toward ruin, and bankruptcy will destroy whatever dreams we have. This city will be left a shattered shell of itself. No services, no security, no hope. You must do what is right, Mr. Mayor. In your hands and yours alone lies the power to nobly save or meanly lose our city's welfare. Do the right thing, Mr. Mayor. Protect Christine Cordon's future and the future of us all. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Deborah Mariscal.
Can you call a couple people so that they can prepare?
Yes, after Deborah is Nick Papa, yep, you know who you are, and then Donna Richards. Sorry, Nick.
Mayor, council members, chief, city staff. Deborah Mariscal, Westminster since 2000. First of all, I'd like you and the residents of Westminster to know how important it is for me to speak today regarding our city manager's performance evaluation and possible dismissal. I drove back from Las Vegas yesterday just so I could be here, cutting short the time that I have with my elderly mom because this is so important. And Christina, you are so important. I 100% stand with Miss Christine Cordon. Find her performance exemplary. I find no fault with her and actually consider the past council, the current council, some of you, the disrespect towards her and the entire city staff, unacceptable and reprehensible. Our city manager and assistant city manager were named among the top 125 most influential people in 2022 in the Orange County Register. And on March 22nd, you honored her for receiving the Woman of Distinction Award from Michelle Steele's office. How quickly you forget Miss West and Mr. Nguyen. One thing you have done with Measure SS and Measure Y, you have united the residents together for the good of our city and not for your own agenda or your perceived political career. What should happen in this meeting, Miss West and Mr. Nguyen, is that you should remove your agenda item and you should quit wasting the time of the city staff, the police department, and the residents who came here. Your focus needs to be on the well-being of the city and not trying to get your own way.
Our next speaker is Nick with Donna Richards on deck.
Good evening. My name is Nick, and I'm a resident of Westminster, and this is an appeal to reason. I'm here this evening to express my support for Christine Cordon. I have to say that during my years of observing Westminster City Council, Christine's performance has been especially intelligent, competent, and professional. The city manager position here has been unstable in the recent past. During a period of turmoil and confusion, Westminster was very lucky to have her as a bedrock of reason and as the adult in the room all too often. Admiration for her professionalism and abilities reaches beyond the support you will hear from the community this evening. I've heard no outcry from the public whatsoever for her termination. On the contrary, she has been recognized outside our city as well for her achievements during a contentious and divisive time for the city. Sadly, it appears this contention and division will continue. Her termination in this context defies reason. This is an opportunity for City Council members to build bridges with the communities in Westminster. This is an opportunity to build trust. Westminster has a remarkable and very talented public servant during this difficult time. I hope that you carefully consider this action. Voting to reject this proposal to terminate Christine sends a clear message to your city's residents in a meaningful way. I respectfully ask the City Council to try to unify our city in a positive and reasonable fashion by rejecting this proposal to terminate Christine Corden. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for this opportunity to speak. Although I stand here at this podium alone, I bring with me support in the form of a certificate of appreciation for our city manager, Christine Cordon. This support was signed by Westminster residents and Westminster businesses that I personally reached out to. And it reads, "Thank you, City Manager Christine Cordon, for your stellar performance as our city manager." Our hope in signing this certificate is that this council retains Christine Cordon as our city manager and does not make, and I'll translate for you, a nuknig, Vietnamese, pendejo, Spanish, stupid, English decision. Thank you again for your attention and assistance, and our hope is that you'll retrain our amazing city manager, Christine Cordon. Thank you.
Our next two speakers are Liliana Meza Edwards and Kenny Lee. Liliana first.
Well, hello. I wasn't planning to speak, but now that I have the opportunity, very nice to see you all this evening. I just wanted to voice out that if nothing is broken, let's not try to fix it. So I think everyone's doing a great job, and we hope to continue that way. I think if we also focus on paying attention to the positives and continue to work on that, we can get a lot more done. And I think we have a great community here, and a lot of projects are in hand with many neighboring cities, so I think we should join together. Unity is the way. Thank you so much.
After Kenny is Carlos Pereira.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Kenny, and I would like to express my opposition for item number 2, a public employee discipline dismissal and release. You know, as a child of Vietnamese refugees, who would I have become without this city? Only here can I see my family's stories and narratives unapologetically catered to and affirmed at every storefront, decision, and event I attend in this city. Only here can I so clearly see through the false promises of assimilation as a one-way ticket to modernity. Attending a predominantly white college helped remind me of the cultural richness of this city. Me and the only 3 other Vietnamese students in my grade constantly have to ground ourselves in our cultural, social, and political Vietnamese identities. We cook Viet food, we co-organize cultural events, we facilitate workshops on Vietnamese politics and history, and most importantly, we come visit Westminster. There's no better way to experience life than through reclaiming our familial and ancestral cultures. I think Vietnamese youth know that better than anyone. So I'm hoping that when you hear us say that dismissing Cordon would sever this cherished city's future, you are taking us very seriously. Westminster can absolutely not afford to lose the experience, knowledge, and passion someone like Cordon has. Economic development plans will stall, administrative burdens will increase, the monetary time and energy opportunity costs are incalculable, But perhaps the most serious consequence to this charade will be the erosion in trust that will inevitably follow. No one will move on your priority policies if they don't trust you. No one will campaign with you on your goals if they don't trust you. No one invests time and energy into a person or into a body that they cannot trust. So if you're looking to further your goals, the best way to build up leverage is through building up relationships, not tearing them down. If you do not trust the people, they will become untrustworthy. So please, for the sake of the city, I hope this council agrees to affirm the important work City Manager Corden, the rest of the city staff, and everyone in our community does for the city of Westminster. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carlos Pereira and Laura Nguyen on deck.
Good afternoon, members of the City Council and Mayor. My name is Carlos Pereira, Executive Director of the Harvard Institute for Immigrant and Economic Justice, and former resident of the City of Westminster. At the core of our organization's vision is to ensure immigrant and refugee communities and families across Orange County can live and thrive in the places where they live. So this issue of today is very important to our organization. I'm here to join the many residents of the city and community leaders in opposition of agenda item number 2. What this council majority is doing is attempting to push out City Manager Christine Gordon is nothing short of a power grab and a threat to democracy. City managers serve as an important check and balances to the city council. City managers are in charge of ensuring the city runs as it should, and it serves the residents in the city. We have seen how under the leadership of City Manager Gordon, this city has started a path to recovery due to bad governance and policy from previous council majorities. Here's what city managers are not supposed to be: a yes person that puts politicians' self-interest first at the expense of residents of this city. It is very alarming that the council is considering an action today that will further not only break trust with the community and the residents it's supposed to serve, but that it will set a bad precedent on how accountability and transparency should be for this government. You're setting a precedent where a public employee disagrees with you and your political interests, and you will immediately retaliate against your own employees for standing up and speaking for what's best for the city. So we're warning you not to take this action today. Orange County is looking at Westminster, and history has proven that city council majorities that tend to fire its employees in retaliation do not do well in the future. So do not continue to put at risk the stability of this city and the well-being of these residents. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Laura, with Vincent Tran on deck. Laura, are you in council chambers? Okay, Vincent Tran.
Is the Laura Nguyen? Laura Nguyen?
We'll put her at the end.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Vincent Tran. I'm the organizing director of Rise. I come here today to present a petition that we gathered, where we gathered over 50 residents and organizations, including Boat People SOS and South Asian Network, who share the concerns and is in strong opposition to the council member Amy and Vice Mayor Nam Quang's attempt to dismiss the city manager, Christine Gordon. This petition was gathered and garnered significant support, and it has reflected the deep trust and respect our community holds for the city manager, for his exceptional leadership, unwavering dedication, and contributions to the city of Westminster. Christine has brought strong leadership and guidance to Westminster and has helped steer the city towards a brighter future. We believe the termination of the city manager without just cause undermines the stability and progress that we have achieved in this community. The abrupt removal of a competent and experienced city manager jeopardizes ongoing projects and other developments that the city has planned, and the whole process of finding another city manager qualified to do that same job that Christine has done over the past several years is going to be steeply difficult and financially burdensome for the city. Our city manager needs to be a technocrat, someone who knows the ins and outs of the city, and Christine has over nearly 20 years of experience working in city government and has stayed with the city through its most difficult times, and as interim city manager and now as the official city manager. She has experience and has demonstrated that she understands how the city operates and understands what the community needs and understands what is needed for the city to develop securely. The city has already has someone extremely qualified and demonstrated that experience running the operations of the city. Firing Christine will only result in the worst financial outcome of the city. There's no guarantee whoever replaces her will be, one, qualified, two, there's no guarantee that they can actually lead a city government. In addition, the time to recruit someone and train them will be costly in time and money. And how does the city expect to retain and also recruit qualified staff if, at a whim, the city manager, the highest ranking city employee, can be fired at a moment's notice? We cannot stand and should not let the callous decisions of a calculating minority jeopardize the future of Westminster. Mayor Charlie Nguyen, the faith of Westminster and the residents you serve is watching you and expects you to make the right decisions, not to dismiss the city manager and maintain her leadership in the city. I would like to submit the petition that we've gathered for a public record. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, before you call on the next person, I guess it's my job. I was reminded by Vice Mayor that we have a policy and we need to be fair to everyone here, that the policy is only allowed to have 8.5 by 11 and has to be on the back row. And therefore, if you have a sign bigger than 8.5 by 11, I'd like to ask you to fold it up, whatever you want to write on that, but fold it up, and it can't be more than 8.5 by 11. Mr. Hung Tran, I'm looking at you, and I'm asking you to fold up or else you have to remove that from there, because it's not fair for those people who have 8.5 by 11 sign. All right, thank you very much. Okay, next speaker, please.
Mai Doe and Tracy Law on deck.
Good evening, council members. My name is Mai Nguyen Do. I'm the Policy and Research Analyst at the Harbor Institute for Immigrant and Economic Justice, and my family members live in Westminster, several of whom have signed the petition just submitted. I'm here to express our opposition for item number 2. Terminating the city manager without just cause calls into question the stability and continuity of Westminster's city government, as such a move would potentially disrupt current projects and initiatives. If the current city manager is terminated without just cause, the city would need to engage in incredibly costly and time-consuming processes to recruit and train a new city manager who, even then, still might not possess the same amount of institutional knowledge and experience as the current city manager. During a time in which fiscal responsibility is of more importance than ever, Westminster City Council should not be engaging in activity that could divert resources better allocated towards community resources, especially given that such a drastic step is of high risk with little to no benefit. Do Westminster residents not deserve stability and responsibility from local government? Will you leave Westminster residents without a city manager for several weeks, potentially several months? Will you unnecessarily spend more taxpayer dollars recruiting and training a new city manager instead of engaging in productive discussions with the current city manager? You were elected to be responsible, prudent stewards of taxpayer dollars. Please behave accordingly and explore all options to resolve your conflicts professionally. Thank you.
Following Tracy is Indigo.
Good afternoon, Mayor Nguyen and City Council members. My name is Tracy Law, and I'm the Executive Director of VitRise. We are an organization that focuses on advocacy and civic engagement, and we organize Vietnamese communities around issues related to immigration, housing, and economic justice. A significant number of our members live and work in Westminster. And on a personal note, Westminster has been like another home to me since I was a child. I speak to you today as a leader of a community organization and as a patron of the city, deeply troubled by the decision to consider the firing of the city manager, Christine Cordon. I strongly oppose this decision, and I urge you to reconsider your course of action. However, what is even more deeply concerning are the circumstances upon which this decision came to be. Westminster just nearly avoided bankruptcy last year, and the city has been struggling to find a city manager. As Westminster recovers, it is imperative to have leadership that puts a strong recovery process and the well-being of the community first in all the decisions that are being made. The reasons that Councilmember Amy Phan West and Councilmember Nam Quan Nguyen came to this decision are the complete antithesis of that. In fact, dismissing a key staff manager responsible for the city's stability during a period of recovery is a reckless, authoritarian decision. To be authoritarian means to possess or exercise a style of leadership concentrated by the concentration of power, strict control, and limited or no tolerance for dissent or opposition. These are the very characteristics that some of you ran on to denounce. I hope you make the right decision today and choose not to fire the city manager. Westminster deserves better, and we need better leadership that puts the well-being of the people first. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Indigo with Thu Long on deck.
Good afternoon, City Council members and Mayor Nguyen. My name is Indigo Vu, and I am a staff member at VitRise, as well as a former resident of Westminster, with most of my family members still living in Westminster. I would like to express my strong opposition for item number 2, the potential termination of Westminster City Manager Christine Cordon. During Christine Cordon's tenure as city manager, the city has made movement toward numerous improvements in a wide variety of areas throughout the city, including exploration of new revenue streams for the city and other economic growth and development. Cordon's expertise and strategic vision as city manager are essential to ensuring that the city is enabled to continue to operate, grow, and support its residents. It was under Cordon's tenure that the city narrowly avoided bankruptcy, like Tracy just mentioned, just last year. And after community members and organizations had to come together to advocate for it in front of you. It is essential, once again, that you today, as Westminster City Council members and as mayor, do your jobs. Do your civic duty by committing yourselves to uphold democracy, rather than making decisions that would further destabilize and lead Westminster not only toward bankruptcy once again, but toward total dysfunction. It is clear by the crowd here for a closed session agenda item that the community here is furious. As representatives of the city, of your particular districts, and of the individual constituents who are here for you today, you have a responsibility to listen to these comments and take them as serious consideration and input for your decision later today. And I remind you that you are under careful scrutiny for your decisions and actions. I urge you to prioritize the long-term interests of the community above any short-term interests or personal agendas, and to reconsider the decision to terminate the city manager and give her the opportunity to continue to serve the city. Thank you.
Next is Thu with Tiffany Pham on deck.
Hello. Good evening, City Council members. My name is Tu Luong, and I'm an active member of VitRise. I would like to express my opposition for item number 2, Public Employee Discipline, Dismissal, Release. I speak to you today as an active member of our community, deeply troubled by the decision to possibly terminate Westminster City Manager Christine Cordon. I strongly oppose this action and respectfully urge you to reconsider your course of action. During the tenure, Christine has demonstrated spectacular leadership, dedication, and genuine commitment to the well-being of our city. Under their guidance, the city has noticed several positive developments, including economic growth, infrastructure improvements, and effective community engagement. Yet, there is still so much left to be achieved, as Westminster just barely escaped bankruptcy in 2022. We need consistent leadership, which the current city manager has demonstrated during the tenure. The decision to terminate the city manager without just cause raises serious concerns about the stability and the continuity of our local government. Such a hasty and drastic step risks destabilizing our city, potentially disrupting ongoing projects and initiatives, but most importantly, eroding the trust and confidence of the people elected and hired to serve Westminster residents. It is crucial to acknowledge the city manager's achievements, their ability to navigate complex issues, and their unwavering dedication to the best interest of our city. Their institutional knowledge and experience are invaluable assets that cannot be easily replaced. Instead of resorting to termination, I implore you to explore alternative solutions, such as constructive dialogue and mediation, to address any concerns and maintain a harmonious working relationship. Furthermore, it is important to consider the potential financial impacts of such a decision. Recruiting and training a new city manager can be costly and time-consuming process, diverting resources that could be better allocated towards essentials community service and public welfare. I urge you to prioritize the long-term interest of our community above any short-term concerns. Please reconsider the decision to terminate our city manager and give them the opportunity to continue their outstanding service to our city. Let us work together to foster a collaborative environment that encourages growth, progress, and unity for the betterment of our city. Thank you.
Following Tiffany is Sun Do.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Tiffany Pham, and I'm an intern at VITRISE, and I would like to express my opposition for item number 2. Coming to intern for the summer in Orange County, all the way from Grand Rapids, Michigan, it has already been made very clear to me the issues such as the housing and eviction crisis the city of Westminster faces, despite my short time here. And furthermore, the decision to potentially terminate Westminster City Manager Christine Cordon only speaks deeper truths to the ongoing issues within the city. I strongly oppose this action and urge you to reconsider your course of action to ensure a city manager who understands these issues thoroughly to implement programs that support the residents. Christine has shown outstanding leadership, passion, and a sincere desire to see the community prosper during their time. Under her leadership, there has been infrastructural improvement, economic growth, and successful community engagement. Their knowledge, discernment, and unwavering efforts have made Westminster achieve stability and reach further heights. The local government stability is seriously questioned by the decision to terminate the city manager. This extreme and quick decision runs the danger of destabilizing Westminster, perhaps interfering with current efforts and projects, and undermining the faith and truths of those elected to represent Westminster residents. I find it appalling and disgraceful that terminating the city manager is the main course of action being pushed. Please reconsider the decision to terminate Westminster city manager and give them the opportunity to continue their outstanding service to the city. Thank you.
Following Sun Do is Eric Do.
I would like to speak in Vietnamese. Can I have a translator? Okay, you can have that. Okay. Okay. Xin chào ông thị trưởng Charlie Nguyễn và quý vị nghị viên. Tôi là Sơn Đỗ, là chủ tịch của Liên hiệp cư dân Mobile Home Orange County.
Hello, Mayor Charlie Nguyen and City Council members. I am Sun Do, the president of the Orange County Mobile Home Residents Coalition.
Hôm nay thay mặt một số cư dân đã đến gặp tôi hoặc gọi điện thoại để chia sẻ sự quan tâm của họ về việc hai nghị viên Amy Phan West và Nam Quang Nguyễn đã đưa việc sa thải bà Christine Cordon là quản lý của thành phố vào nghị trình cuộc họp hôm nay mà đã không đưa ra lý do nào.
Today, on behalf of several residents who have met with me or called to share their concerns on the issues of City Council member Amy Fan West and Nam Quang when placing the dismissal of the city manager, Christine Cordon, on the agenda of today's meeting without giving any reason at all.
Theo nhận xét của chúng tôi, hơn một năm đảm nhận chức vụ quản lý của thành phố, bà Cordon đã hoàn tất công việc mà không có sai phạm.
According to our observations, with more than 1 year in the position of city manager, Ms. Cordon has accomplished the duties and roles without fault.
Hơn nữa, sau cuộc khủng hoảng của thành phố có thể bị phá sản năm ngoái 2022, bà Cordon đã giúp cho việc phục hồi thành phố bằng sự góp phần hoàn tất công việc của người quản lý.
Moreover, after the city crisis with potential bankruptcy last year in 2022, Ms. Cordon helped with the city's revitalization in her capacity as city manager.
Do đó, việc sa thải bà quản lý là không chính đáng.
Therefore, the dismissal of the city manager is not justified.
Hơn thế nữa, còn có thể đưa đến những khó khăn, những tốn kém cho công quỹ mà cũng là đóng góp của công dân.
Moreover, this can cause difficulties and take away from the public funds contributed to by the residents.
Và tệ hơn hết là những khó khăn về pháp lý mà thành phố có thể phải đối mặt.
And worst of all are the legal difficulties the city may face.
Ngoài ra còn một vài điều bất thường mà chúng tôi đã thấy, như việc thay đổi giờ họp vào phút cuối đã làm một số người không thể tham dự được buổi họp ngày hôm nay.
There are also some anomalies that we have seen, such as a last-minute change of meeting time that prevented some people from attending today's meeting.
Và việc thay đổi cách thức ghi tên phát biểu bằng cách ghi danh qua email trước 24 tiếng đồng hồ đã gây trở ngại cho nhiều cư dân không biết sử dụng hoặc không có email.
And changing the way to register to speak by registering by email 24 hours in advance has baffled many people who do not know how to use or do not have email.
Và chúng tôi đã tự hỏi, có phải đây là cách thức mà thành phố áp dụng để ngăn chặn và hạn chế sự tham dự và đóng góp ý kiến của cư dân?
And we wondered, is this the way the city uses to prevent and limit resident participation and input?
Do những điều quan tâm kể trên, chúng tôi kêu gọi thị trưởng Charlie Nguyễn và các nghị viên Carlos Manzo và nghị viên Kimberly Hồ quan tâm và cân nhắc của quý vị trong cái việc sa thải bà Cordon này.
Due to the above concerns, we appeal to Mayor Charlie Nguyen and council members Carlos Manzo and Kimberly Ho for your care and consideration in this dismissal case.
Nếu quý vị bỏ phiếu chấp thuận mà sau này thành phố bị những hệ lụy khó khăn về tài chính thì quý vị cũng sẽ có trách nhiệm rất lớn trong việc này.
If you vote yes, the city will suffer financial hardship later on, and you will have to bear the responsibility for this.
Xin cảm ơn quý vị.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eric Doe with Michael Mai on deck.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. The well-being of the community rests upon its elected leadership. It is the leadership's duty and responsibility to repay their voters' faith and trust by working in the best interests of the community that elected them into office. These elected leaders who want to terminate an appointed public employee do not have our best interests in mind. They do not care about the financial constraints of our city, and they pay no mind to the possible ramifications of their course of actions. All they care about are their own political aspirations. Councilwoman Amy Fan West, your campaign ad, one of your campaign ad depicts you as anti-communist in it. And in it, you told your story about how you and your family escaping the grips of communism in Vietnam to be where you are today, Councilwoman of Westminster, and freely elected by the people. And yet, here you are and your supporters attempting to do something that the government that you had escaped from had been doing since 1975. Actions speak louder than words. They might not care for the city of Westminster, and they will use it as a stepping stone for their political aspirations. But its past, present, and future residents will remember moments like today, or when the city narrowly avoided bankruptcy, the residents will remember. Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Ho, Councilman Mansell, we urge you to take a stand for what is right. We urge you to stand against authoritarianism. We urge you to vote no in the termination of City Manager Christine Cordon. And Mr. Mayor, the Vietnamese residents of the city of Westminster, we ask you to remember why there are so many Vietnamese families scattered all over the world, and the meaning of the yellow flag with the 3 stripes. Thank you.
Next is Michael with Celeste on deck. Michael Mai. Michael Mai, M-A-I. Not you yet. Different Michael.
Michael, my, M-A-I.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, city workers. Hello, everybody. Thank you for all being here. I forgot my speech today, but I just, who is here to support the dismissal of the city manager?
Excuse me. can
Nobody,
you go
right?
Direct to the council, please.
To the council, I agree. I'm pretty sure no one here is there to help have the city manager dismissed. I think it's clear. I've been sitting here long enough to see that everyone here does not want her to go. From what I've heard, she's been doing a great job. I'm from the city, and I've been here for a good 20 years. And I don't pay attention to politics too much, but every now and then I open Facebook, I do see something I'm embarrassed about, and it's always coming from these students, the council meetings, and I'm just tired of it as a citizen and as a youth growing up here. I don't want to be embarrassed of our leaders, so I just ask you guys to do the right thing, do a good job, give us some hope to believe in, and keep the city manager where she is, because she's going to do a lot of great things. I believe in it. Thank you.
Next speaker is Celeste. All right. Min Pham.
Phạm Minh, Minh Phạm, Phạm Minh.
All right. Sonia Kelly.
Hi, my name's Sonia Kelly. I'm a retired city employee with 29 years in the police department. In July 2017, our city clerk, Amanda Jensen, was tragically murdered. As a member of the police department's trauma support team, we responded to City Hall to help employees with the grief they were facing. This is when I met Christine. Christine worked in the city's clerk's office very closely with Amanda. Despite her grief and being 8 months pregnant, Christine worked her tail off to ensure all work was still completed in the city clerk's office. She worked late every night up until her baby was born. I'm not sure how much maternity leave she actually took. I suspect she spent a lot of her maternity leave working from home. I was so impressed with Christine. Her strength, professionalism, dedication, tenacity, and work ethic are second to none. I was also impressed how kind, gracious, and humble she was. She truly cares about the city, and it shows. In her position as city manager, I continue to be impressed with Christine's ability to tackle challenges head-on, her strong ethical values, and moral principles, her problem-solving skills, and her thoughtfulness and intelligence. She should be commended for saying no to unethical behavior, not facing termination over it. Christine has assembled a great team who are committed to bringing to long-term revenue to the city, while also trying to fix significant problems plaguing the city, many of which have been years in the making. To terminate Christine would be a complete travesty, one that the great residents of this city will never forgive. Christine is exactly the leader the city needs to move forward and thrive. Mayor, I implore you to dig deep and make the right decision, one that is truly in the best interest of this city. Your vote will loudly tell all your voters whether you care about the future of this city or not. Christine, you are an incredible human being, and you continue to make a positive difference. Please don't ever forget that. Thank you.
Min Pham. Following him is Nguyen Hung.
Good evening, City Council member. My name is Min, and I'm one of the residents of the City of Westminster. I'm a member of the Viet Rise who I talk on their behalf today. I would like to express one of my deep concern about item number 2, public employee discipline, dismissal, and release. I stand right before you today to express my concern about as a resident, as an active member of the community, and deeply troubled by the potential termination of the Westminster City Manager, Christine Cordon. I strongly concerned about this action and respectfully urge you to reconsider the course of action. This matter holds to me sincerely and significantly important to me personally because it touched upon the issue of diversity and representation in the government. As a member of the Vietnamese community, I value the need for inclusive leadership, and that reflects the diversity of our city. And Ms. Christine Cordon, as the city manager, has served as the role model and inspiration for the underrepresented community like mine. Her presence in the position of power tends to be the powerful message of the inclusion and encourage the greater participation of the diverse voice in the government. So, in addition to the concern, it's crucial to acknowledge that the importance of the diversity and representation in our government. Our city leadership should reflect the diverse background and experience of its residents. By terminating the city manager who has provided so much need for the representation and inclusion, we risk alienating the underrepresented minority in the community, which might hinder the progress toward the more inclusive future. At the end, I kindly request you thoroughly assess the situation, engage more with the open communication with our city manager, and explore some of the available options to resolve any conflict that might occur. Let us work together to foster the collaboration in the environment that encourages growth, progress, and unity for the betterment for our beloved city, while ensuring the diversity and representation for the top priority. And Ms. Christine Cordon, we trust in you and your leadership for the future. Thank you.
Nguyen Hung. Following him is Amy Walsh.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Today I'm not speaking, but I talked to many my readers. They're asking me to come in today. First of all, the newest one form here from the city. Okay? This is from city. People outside. From lawyer office, Andrew Lee. If, of course, it's writing Vietnamese language. If we fire the city manager, how much the city have to pay for her? Because by the law, maybe 26 months for salary. When he hired a new person, and Mrs. Gordon, what she did wrong? So why city have too many money when you are in debt trouble financial? Second person, a long wind. Hey, on your cousinman, you overdo. The lady named Andalusia Rosa, I believe it. Everybody sitting here should be clever and intelligent. Don't do a wrong thing. Also, she said, I believe in this story. I support Nam Quan Nguyen, but today I not support him and Amy Van Webb because you both do the wrong thing. This is from city, okay, not from me. So many people, I can read it myself. You look at it behind you, in God we trust. And Amy Van West and Nam Quan Nguyen, you already put it in. I hope you revoke it. Withdraw what is your idea. That's not right idea. And I beg you, Mayor. I beg you, Carlos Manzo. I beg you, Kimberly Ho. Please vote no. That's what I want to say. I want to save this city.
Following Amy Walsh is Holly Johnson.
Well, you know, I haven't been into a council meeting since before COVID, so it's a little bit much for me right now. But I had to come tonight based on the closed session items. As a retired school board member, we've been through changing your management. However, there is zero reason to remove Christine Cordon. She, you know, you guys have here on there for a employee performance evaluation. You literally just gave her awards. So all of a sudden she just, something went haywire? No. This is all about the fact that she says no to certain council members. Maybe I could just sit here for the next a minute and 45 seconds while I stare at Amy West because she's not paying attention. Yeah, I'm the Amy that they're talking about, just so you know. So number two, in regards to the dismissal, just so you guys are aware, if you, God, knock on wood, if you chose to remove her, you have to pay out her contract, and then you have to go search for a new one. And let me just say, the fact that if she were to leave, do you really think that Adolfo is going to trust any of you up there with his well-being and his job? No. So you're going to have a mass exodus. I mean, do you really want to have to go through all of that? No. Charlie, when you got reelected, or when you got elected as mayor, I gave you the benefit of the doubt, and I have been giving you the benefit of the doubt, and I really hope that you do what's right for the city and not what's right for the two of them. Yes, Nam Quan, I'm talking about you. If you look at who is here tonight, you have concerned citizens, and you also have concerned staff. Your staff does not want her to leave. What does that tell you? It should tell you that they want her to stay because she's a good city manager and a good manager. Do what's right.
Our next speaker is Holly Johnson with Ramon Perez on deck.
Good evening, everyone. Now we're at evening now. Glad to see you are well. Thank you. Over the last few years, I've had a front row seat, and I've watched our city begin to move away from conflict and personal agendas towards a more collaborative approach, albeit a little tentative, to solving the many issues that we have. It has left me with the hope that our society is capable of returning to the days of engaging in civil discourse. It is therefore troubling to learn that members of this council are seeking to remove an individual who has been instrumental in fostering this professional collaboration and demonstrated her courage to speak truth to power, even if perhaps that truth isn't what power wants to hear. The city manager has an unenviable position to stand in the space between those who implement city policy and those who would seek to bend it to their will, regardless of whether or not that bend is in the best interest of the city as a whole. Additionally, the perception exists, and I do recognize it's a perception, and I understand that to get things on an agenda, just to get it talked about, there's certain things that have to happen. But there are members of this council, the perception is that members of this council wish to replace her with a yes man, someone who will do what they tell him to do and disregard what is the best interest of the city. Positions like the city manager and the city attorney are designed to protect the people from those who would misuse their power for personal gain. People who tell you no when they should do so for your protection as well as ours. When individuals attempt to circumvent these laws or establish norms and others enable them, then it makes a mockery of our democracy, and we become the very type of government so many people have fled from in their home countries. And any hard-won goodwill developed over the last few years will be squandered. You want her on your team because she makes the city look good. She is a bridge builder who has a strategic plan and fosters collaboration while problem solving. I implore you to think twice before you allow our city to be led back down the path towards polarization and division. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Roland Perez with Vincent Huate on deck.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Roland Perez. I'm the Vice President of the Westminster Police Officers Association. I'm here today as a representative of the Westminster Police Officers Association in support of City Manager Christine Cordon. I want to inform you that we strongly support our current City Manager. Christine Cordon, City Manager Christine, and I believe that she is the person that can direct the city into financial stability. For example, City Manager Cordon has helped create the City of Westminster's first strategic plan and is bringing new revenue opportunities to the City Council. There are very few people that take pride in where they work. City Manager Cordon is committed to the City of Westminster, committed to the City Council, committed to all the employees that work here for the city, committed to the community, and committed to making the city a better place. Currently, under City Manager Cordon, the City of Westminster is moving in a positive direction during a time of uncertainty. Employee morale is higher when there is stability, and her employment as the city manager has brought this peace of mind to all employees here. Please stand with the Westminster Police Officers Association along with the City of Westminster and continue the employment of the City Manager, Christine Cordon. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and fellow council members. My name is Vincent Wante. I'm the Vice President of the Westminster Municipal Employees Association. Today, I want to address you from an employee perspective of the city. I've worked with the City of Westminster for 9 years. Of those 9, I've spent 8 years as an employee working my way through the ranks to become the supervisor I am today. When I first started 9 years ago, there was a separation between City Hall, Community Services, PD, and Public Works. It was as everybody was on their own little island. Morale seemed to be low, and a lot of employees seemed to complain. There was no unity at all. In my tenure with the city, I have been through 4 city managers in that 9 years, which includes our current city manager today. Of those 4, there's only one that's been transparent, and I can attest to that, and everybody else could attest to that here. One has continually fought for city employees, not only in hiring, but in keeping them from going to other entities. September 22nd, 2021 was the start of a new Westminster, a Westminster that needed a new foundation. That foundation started with Christine Cordon alongside with her ACM and her directors. Under the direction of Christine, lower tier employees started to see change. We started to see a city manager who was engaging, transparent, driven, wanting to do what is best for the organization. Christine has encouraged WMEA and Public Works to become more involved in our community, such as hosting Public Works open houses at the Corporation Yard and participate in community events such as TET, Fall Festival, Earth Day, and many, many more. Customer service to our residents is important. And we believe that we have the city manager that encourages this throughout all our city departments. I want to talk to you about morale. Morale is extremely important. Employees tend to work harder and show a sense of pride in what they do when morale in the workplace is high. Employees want to work hard for a leader who not only leads them, but work hard for a leader who supports them. Christine has always expressed to Public Works the appreciation she has for all the work that we do. It is nice to be appreciated for a job well done, and we thank you for that. The topic of this item should be how to keep our city manager and what is best for the organization. So with that I say, Council, we stand with our current city manager. So please do what is best for the organization and keep Christine as our city manager.
Our next speaker is Gina Nunez with Kyle Seasock on deck.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. I am Gina Nunes, your Family Resource Center Supervisor and now Community Services and Recreation Supervisor. I'm here today in support of our City Manager, Christine Cordon. I've worked for the city for a little less than 7 years. During that time, I've already had 4 city managers, 3 in the last 3 years. That frequent change of leadership makes this challenging job even harder and creates a feeling of uncertainty and inconsistency. Under Christine's leadership as city manager, she has worked to improve employee and workplace morale, which has resulted in a more positive work environment and increased productivity. Additionally, Christine has enhanced our professionalism, accountability, departmental collaboration, and community image. I take pride in coming to work for this city, and I know that Christine shares that. She encourages us to work at our best and provide quality customer service and experiences. It is all of our shared goal to move the city forward, but changing leadership at this crucial time would do the exact opposite. Progress made under Christine's leadership will be halted, and those feelings of uncertainty will be back. As an employee, this is not a future I look forward to. Your consideration is greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Up next is Kyle with Michael's son on deck.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I am Kyle Seesock, President of the Westminster Police Officers Association, and I am here speaking on behalf of over our 120 members. We would like to express our support for the City Manager, Christine Cordone. A little over a year ago, City Manager Cordone was appointed as the new City Manager. She took over our city that was facing uncertainty on multiple fronts. She quickly assumed the role and bravely began making a positive impact both among employees and citizens. The stability we have in management positions and department heads throughout the city has made working collectively as a team seamless. We can attribute this to our city manager. She has placed the right people in the right positions and empowered them to do their jobs with her support. Having spoken to many of these managers, they all echoed this sentiment. Coming to work with a leader that supports them and a clear overall mission has made them more effective in their positions. The city manager has been a huge supporter of our city. I have seen firsthand the positive impact she has had connecting with members of the community. She also provides a positive role model to many. The members of the WPOA value working in a stable environment, not having a revolving door of departments or city managers. The city manager has made this one of her top priorities. This can be seen by the hiring of numerous WPOA employees over the past year. Our numbers and morale were down, and much of that was attributed to the uncertain future of our city. We are currently trending upwards and can thank the city manager enough for her forward thinking. To our employees, this means keeping the police personnel we currently have, continuing to add new positions and opportunities for our members, and hiring quality candidates to add to our department. We know that creating a strategic plan and achieving financial freedom is high on the city manager's list, and we wholeheartedly believe in her. The men and women of the WPOA look forward to working with the city manager Cordone for many years to come. Thank you.
Following Michael is Long Tran.
Sorry, I'm a little out of breath. I had to run over here. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Michael Sun. As a current city employee, I've witnessed a large turnover in city managers for Westminster within the past 3 years. Since 2020, there have been 3 different city managers prior to Christine. To ensure stability, growth, prosperity, and the well-being of the city needs an effective city manager. An effective city manager should possess the following traits: strong leadership skills, effective communication skills, collaboration and rapport, adaptability and resilience, ethical conduct, active community engagement. Christine Cordone possesses these traits. Moreover, Christine expresses a true passion for public service and the community she serves. Retaining an effective and passionate leader, such as Christine, is crucial for the success, stability, and growth of the city. Thank you for your time.
Long Tran is next, following Chris Wong.
Good evening, mayors and council members. My name is Long Tran. I'm an engineer here from Mount Traffic Division under the Public Works Department. I'm taking my time off today or now to be here to express my appreciation and support to our city managers, Christine Cordone, and also to respectfully urge you to make the correct decision to retain Mrs. Cordone as our city managers. Mrs. Cordone is the best choice for our city manager. She has the knowledge and experience to run our city. She has the exceptional leadership, dedication, integrity, and especially the commitment to and care for the city. Under her leadership for the last year, our city has already benefited from the numerous positive developments, economical growth, and community engagement. The most noticeable one is the development at the Westminster Mall, the partnership with the Westminster School District, and the latest unity of the Central City's Navigation Center. Mrs. Cordone, being the first Vietnamese American city manager and probably the first Vietnamese American city manager in the US as well, is a bridge to bring and unite all communities together. Not only the Vietnamese, the Hispanic, but every community, everyone. She cares for all residents from the young to the elderly. Under her leadership, the city has many events for all ages, including movie nights, concert events at the water parks, senior centers, and etc. The most memorable event so far under Mrs. Cordon's leadership has to be the unprecedented Tet Parade during the last Vietnamese New Year. The city, for the first time ever after almost 2 decades, successfully organized a Tet Parade for the community. Of course, it could not be done without your guidance and the teamwork, Mr. Mayor and council members, but it's undeniable that Ms. Cordon did an excellent job leading the city staff throughout the event. Internally within the City Hall, as the city manager, Mr. Cordon has created a lively and positive working environment. I grew up here in Westminster. I went to Johnson Middle School in District 1, Westland High School in District 2. I go to Blessed Sacrament Church, and in fact, Mr. Mayor, I saw you many times during the Christmas Mass and Easters, and lately Mrs. Vice Mayor, who's missing right now. Westminster is my home. I have always wanted to work for the city of Westminster, but for the first 15 years of my career, I did not. I did not because I did not see the future in the city. The city was not growing but dying slowly. Big businesses slowly left the city. Back in the late 90s or the early 2000s, Westminster Mall was still a lively and busy shopping mall, but as we know, it slowly abandoned. Everyone left. I have been a consultant for the city for 5 years in 2018 to early 20s, where I was able to see the city under the previous leadership. I only become the city employee for the last 6 months. I joined the city, coming home, being a part of family, because I saw the improvement and positive changes, the thrive and the positive attitude that happened after Mr. Cordon become our city managers. Please keep Mr. Cordon as a city manager. Thank you.
Following Chris would be Alice 2.
Good evening, Mayor Nguyen, members of the council. My name is Chris Wong. I'm one of the planners in the Community Development Department. When I saw this on the agenda, I wanted to share my comments because I do believe a perspective from peers can provide some insight into employee performance, and you've seen that through some of the other employees that have come up. And there's just a few brief comments I wanted to make. Christine is action-oriented, and she's also passionate about moving the city forward. And these are 2 traits that we really want in a city manager. And you have seen her, and you've seen her bring these ideas to the council through the form of new revenue ideas and the strategic plan, which is guiding the city forward as it grows. Second, Christine supports staff. And the support of the city manager really goes a long way in giving staff the opportunity to do their job and do their jobs well. And last, I wanted to share that I started to work in Westminster in 2003. And within the past 20 years, I have seen 10 different city managers come through here. And as you can imagine, this consistent turnover of managers has really been disruptive to everyday business. And to move this city forward, continuity and stability, as a lot of the other speakers have said, is really important in management, and it's really needed here in Westminster. And of those 10 managers that have come through here, I do believe that Christine is the one to bring that stability here. Thank you.
Following Alice would be Steve Ratke.
Good evening, Mayor Nguyen and fellow council members. My name is Alice, and I'm an associate planner here with the city. In total, I've been with the city for about 10 years and worked as an intern, a planning tech, assistant planner, and associate. When I first heard that Christine was going to be our city manager, I was excited since she is a city manager that was promoted from within our organization. This means she truly understands how things work at the ground level in City Hall and the challenges that the city and the staff faces. When she worked as a city clerk, I've had to coordinate with the city clerk's office quite a bit. I had to ask Christine an array of legal questions, processes, and etc. And she was always very knowledgeable. She's very straightforward, clear, and direct. There's no fluff. She's very approachable, very professional, and hardworking. As city manager, she is still just as helpful, knowledgeable, professional, and passionate about what she does. She strives to do what's best for the city as a whole and moves the city forward in a positive direction. As a staff member, I value stability, along with a positive leadership so that we can do our jobs well to serve the community. We currently have a solid city manager that has a wealth of background knowledge, and I hope that we will continue to benefit from her leadership. Thank you.
Following Steve will be Brad Wade.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me here tonight. I wanted you to know that I'm very proud to have served this city for the past almost 35 years. Both you, the council members, and the mayor, and also the residents of Westminster. It's been an honor. And I can tell you that over these past decades, I've worked for a number of city managers. And of all those city managers, the one that stands out is Christine. She is truly a leader. And she's somebody that understands the importance of making hard decisions that impact the city's ability to provide services. As you know, we've adopted a Westminster Mall-specific plan last year, and we've also adopted an ordinance that allows for mixed use. Christine understands how important it is that we get the retail at the Westminster Mall, and that we also revitalize our old dilapidated shopping centers into new, vibrant, mixed-use centers that provide not only jobs, not only housing for our community, but also new retail sales tax. And for those reasons, I think I'm looking forward, if the opportunity exists, that I can continue to work with Christine on these important projects. Thank you for having me tonight.
Following Brad Wade will be Bill Pham.
Mayor, council, city manager. Wow. A lot of good comments here, a lot of powerful comments here. Makes you think about it a little bit. My name is Brad Wade. I'm a public works supervisor for 26 years. And I'm speaking on behalf of Dan Napier, president of the WMEA. He apologizes for not being able to attend this meeting in person. He is currently out of the state. And he wanted to thank me for standing up for him today for this important topic that we're all here today for. So keep in mind, these are Dan's words. I would like to start by saying the employees of the WMEA stand with Christine Cordone, our city manager. Over the past 11 years that I've been employed, everything all right? Employed with the city of Westminster, Christine has been the only city manager to join all of our collective employment groups and bring them together for one common goal: to make Westminster better. I'd also like to offer a challenge to our council. When making a decision, when choosing a direction, or creating a goal, does this make our city, the city whom voted you all into office, represent better? That should after all be the priority and primary purpose. Let's make Westminster better. Let's make it a better Westminster to raise our families in, conduct business, vacation in, and work in. Christine does this. City managers in the past have said, "I'll do what 3 people tell me to do." This might sound appalling or appealing, but you don't get the real feedback, you don't get the real insight, you don't gain wisdom. I think often We get so caught up in rushing to make things happen, we don't let wisdom catch us. Christine has demonstrated she has the wisdom to lead the city. She's a fantastic representative for council, our community, and our employees. Christine is, thank you.
Following Bill will be Ramon Perez.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Bill Pham. Have been working for the city of Westminster for more than 16 years. Like everybody else, today I'm here to support Christine and her team. Please let her continue to do her job as a city manager and lead the city and community to the brighter future. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, my name is Ramon Perez. I'm the Community Preservation Supervisor. I am also here in support of Christine today. Our city manager, of course, I have some words of praise for her. I have observed many great things happening in this city thanks to her direction, of course, and the team around her. We have community events like concerts at the park, movies at the park, also recently the TEP parade that everybody speaks about. It was a great turnout, great parade too, which, the city put on. I also see large projects taking place like the Westminster Mall. I mean, the mall is something that we all want to see move forward, right? And the city is working on that. I believe residents and businesses are excited about the positive direction the city is headed. I do believe that the employee morale is also important. A lot of people have spoken about that, and I think right now we have very good morale, right? Christine has a strong work ethic that I have seen and I have followed. And she makes good things happen for this city. So thank you for your time. Have a good day.
Our next speaker is going to be Michael Varengia with Debbie Schwabel on deck.
Thank you. I'd like you to read something that was on, that's it. Leave while I'm talking. This was on Amy's official Facebook page, her city Facebook page. It was a response to a resident by the name of Albert Giza. I guess he pronounces it Giza. He was wondering why we didn't have a 4th of July parade, and is it possible to do it? Her response, and I quote,
Sir, please concentrate on the item for the closed section if you can.
That's what this is about.
All right.
Now, let me finish, Mayor, please. Absolutely. The city manager does not have this event in the last 2 years under her watch. It will be different in 2024. We will be having more events for our city. The concern to me is that might indicate a Brown Act violation, that this was discussed ahead of time. The other thing I don't understand is Christine's received awards and recognition from State Senator Janet Wynn and Congressperson Michelle Steele. Now, what's changed since then? The billboard contract discussion, I was here for that meeting. This woman sat up there and basically insulted the city manager and the city staff because of the contractor that they wanted to use for this job. She felt that the city council should be involved in negotiations. That's not their job. That's why you have a city staff. You guys know that. On the other side is, I don't believe she likes being told what she can and cannot do. This is all coming back on the city manager because of these personality issues and the blatant narcissism of this individual that sits in the empty seat. I don't want to see Christine leave. We obviously have a high-quality city manager in this city. You want to see the city get destroyed? You see the city unions and organizations here supporting her. What's going to happen if she gets booted, if she's bought out or she's dismissed? You're going to see a morale problem with the employees of this city. And this woman doesn't even have the guts to look at the speakers that are addressing this point while we're up here speaking. Mayor, do not let these two get away with this. This is a political decision and nothing more. Keep this woman in the city manager's job. Thank you very much.
My name's Debbie Schwabel. I'm an 18-year resident of Westminster. I didn't have any notes tonight because I just wanted to speak to the mayor since you said that we should address you. I appreciate all who are looking at me while I speak. I'm almost glad that Ms. West has excused herself because it's insulting. She may have learned English, but she didn't learn manners. And I've watched over the last few council meetings that she is constantly not paying attention, which makes me feel like I'm not important, and I'm sure others who are speaking make us feel like we're not important. One of the two council members' things when they ran for office was transparency. And apparently, they have been very transparent. And I refer you to March 22nd, 2023 meeting where Christine Cordon received a certification of recognition. She was very humbled about it. Mayor, you read it to her. She appreciated it. She thanked you. You gave her the kudos that she deserved. And then you asked, and I'd like you to go back and watch what happened during that small amount of time. You asked if anybody else would like to say something. I noticed that Councilman Monzo stepped forward as if he wanted to say something. But Ms. West immediately turned around, picked up her phone, and started talking about the month of March being Disabilities Month, and she went on for several minutes. I'm not saying that that's not important, but that was Christine's night. That was Christine's moment, and she stole her thunder. And I believe that's what's happening now. I believe that you also, Councilman Nguyen, are trying to steal Christine's thunder. She's been good for our city. I haven't been involved in politics for a long time, but I've been involved enough to know that she has done a good job for us. Councilman Monzo, Councilwoman Ho, thank you so much for the support that you have given to this community. Mayor Nguyen, I did not vote for you, and I really would like to resent that tonight, and I would really like to be embarrassed that I didn't vote for you. Please do the right thing for what's right for the city, and make me ashamed that I didn't vote for you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Larry Kelly with Tammy Hamill on deck.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for having me be here today. I am a resident of Westminster since 1998 and a business owner. I stand before you to throw my weight and support behind Christine. She's been doing an excellent job for this city. No one prior to her has done as good a job as her. I also stand in front of you, Mayor, and ask you to please do the right thing. You have two members on your staff here, Vice Mayor and Amy Fan West, who obviously don't agree with Christine, and they have stooped to the level of that of a 2-year-old toddler. The reason why I say that is because you guys are having a tantrum, and how do you continue with your tantrum? You retaliate against city employees. That's not your job. You're elected officials. You're not leaders. You support and represent the people. I urge you all to represent the people here. I'm appalled at the amount of people that are here sitting behind me in show of support for Christine. Mayor, I ask you to cut through all the red tape. Don't stoop to their level. Stand up tall, do the right thing, and keep Christine as an employee of the city. Thank you very much.
After Tammy is Joan Lloyd.
Oh, it's too bad Amy's not here. Oh, there she is. This one's all about you. Tammy Hamill, Westminster resident. Since Amy believes it's so important to evaluate staff, let's evaluate her. Every meeting, Amy shows her lack of knowledge about such important things as meeting rules, warrant registers, budgets, and RFPs. Every meeting, Amy shows her lack of intelligence in not understanding the continual explanations about those procedures from the city
Mr.
attorney,
Mayor, I thought it was
staff.
about Christine evaluation, not about my evaluation, Mr. Mayor.
It gets to it, so if you want to listen, which I know you're not good at.
So, Mr. Mayor.
Can you toward the items
Excuse me?
today?
That's on the agenda as Christine evaluation.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you.
I'm getting to,
So,
yeah, I know.
yes,
I'm getting
Christine
to that.
evaluation. Thank you.
So I noticed you're finally paying attention when it's about you.
Excuse me.
So at least you're paying attention now when you have your face
Go ahead
on
and
the phone.
continue. Go ahead.
Can I?
Thank you.
Thank you. Why don't you tell her that
Go ahead.
for once? Reclaiming my time. I'll start with number 2, where I was. Every meeting, Amy shows her lack of intelligence and not understanding the continual explanations about those procedures from the city attorney,
Mr. Mayor,
staff,
I don't feel.
and
this
other
is
council
what
members.
you said. It's about the city, it's about city management.
This is exactly my
So
point, if you would listen.
Can you somehow?
You're not-
This is my point.
Please.
That's not on the
Please,
agenda.
It's about evaluation.
If I could interject, Mayor.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Just the city attorney.
I think you've already stated it. Just stay on topic. But
I am.
But we want to give her
It's
some
about
deference.
evaluations. Since she feels
as long
that
as she's
staff should be
tying it back to the
evaluated.
agenda item, it's
Yes.
proper.
I'm
know
trying to
that.
talk. If she would stop interrupting.
You will go back to, you will get to it. So go ahead and continue.
Thank you.
Okay.
You notice how she was actually paying attention when it was about her. Otherwise, her face is in her phone. Right? That's the problem. I'm trying to talk. She keeps interrupting, which she always
Okay,
does to
I
other council
understand
members,
that. So
which is also in here.
Go ahead and continue, but if you start talking, then the clock will be, set. Go ahead, please.
This is the problem. We'll start
Are
over.
you starting for 3 o'clock? 2 minutes again?
I will.
I
I
agree
believe
with
that
Mr. Vice Mayor.
2:17 or something like that. Let make it 2:30.
I think that's appropriate.
Yeah.
2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Her behavior is not appropriate, though. How about you pay attention
It
to that?
was 2:17, but we make it to 2:30 for you, so no worry. Thank you very much. Go ahead and start.
Every meeting, Amy shows her lack of intelligence in not understanding the continual explanations about those procedures from city attorney, staff, and other council members who have to constantly repeat the same answers to the same questions that Amy asks again and again. Every meeting, Amy shows her lack of decorum as she is on her phone, leaves the dais, and talks to the city attorney as residents are speaking, berates staff while they're explaining procedures to her, interrupts other members and residents, and throws out accusations against anyone who doesn't give in to what she wants. Amy shows her lack of focus on Westminster issues with repeated posts on her official council page about city and or state and national alt-right rhetoric, religious posts which are divisive in a city of various faiths, agnostics, and atheists. Her first order of business was to complain about the meetings being too long and got the time and length changed. Yet she wastes everyone's time and city resources with repetitive conversations on useless self-serving issues, leaving council no choice but to continue multiple agenda items because time has run out. Now Amy is targeting staff who stand up to her uneducated demands and refuse to take her insults and accusations, which is opening the city up to more lawsuits. If anyone in the city of Westminster needs to be dismissed, it's Amy Fan West. She is emulating and celebrating unethical and criminal behavior in her Republican Party, which is no surprise since she was shocked to learn that elected officials can't take bribes. Ultimately, Amy has no right to evaluate or judge anyone else, especially when it comes to city business, when she has no knowledge, experience, or respect for anyone or anything that's done here, and is simply turning her very narrowly won election into Amy's MAGA clown show. I'll see you at 11 on Monday, Amy. I just set up an appointment with you.
Our Our next speaker is Joan Lloyd with John Gentile on deck.
Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. I've lived in Westminster for 50-plus years, and I remember throughout my 50 years here, the corruption that has gone on from time to time to time to what has led to our financial downfall here in Westminster. So when I looked at the agenda for number 2, I knew I had to come and voice my opinion. I am concerned about the potential for dismissal of our current city manager, Christine Gordon. Christine has shown me to be knowledgeable, intelligent, resourceful, and professional. Her credentials in city government is something we need. We need to bring our city through the rough times ahead, and we are very fortunate to have Christine as our city manager. Please put your egos aside and do the right thing, and let Christine continue to do the excellent job she has done so far to move our city forward. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, may I ask how many more that you have on hand?
Mayor, we have 24 more.
Okay. My recommendation is that we need to open for public meeting at 6 o'clock. So we'll take a couple more, and then we'll end it here to take 10-minute break. And you are welcome to speak at the oral communication when we start with the open session. We can't go off and not to start the regular session. Am I correct about it? And before you answer that, and I also ask that the council will resume to the closed session after the open regular session.
That would be correct. You could continue the closed session to the end of the regular meeting, but just continue to allow people to speak once you re-agendize it during the regular oral comments. That would be right, because that's before the closed session occurs, so that would be okay.
Just to be clear, we need to open the regular section at 6 o'clock. Okay, thank you. So right now, let's take two more, and you are welcome to speak after we open the regular section. Please don't go anywhere. Continue to raise your voice if you sign up already. We'll hear you all. All right? Is that okay? Go ahead. Thank you.
Mayor, can I ask the city attorney to please clarify so that the public is aware? So they're using their 3 minutes for this topic, and then if you go to open session, are they going to continue to have the 3 minutes for this topic and also 3 minutes for the open public session?
If the council wants to create a separate section for people to continue, maybe what I would suggest would be, if you're going to, you could move it to the end of the meeting to have people continue on this subject. If you want to create a separate one. Because we need to start the meeting at 6. We have an oral communication during that time frame. And during that time frame, you can speak on anything that's on the agenda. Okay? The public hearing would have a separate public comment period. That's completely separate. So if people want to speak on that item, 4.1, there'll be a separate comment for that. But it seems appropriate to let them speak at the beginning of the next meeting, because some people aren't going to be able to come back at the end. So To me, it seems like a fair thing to, at 6 PM, when we have the oral communication, if you want to continue talking about this item, please do. Or if you want to talk about something else, then you can talk about that.
But that's not the question I asked.
Or both,
The question-
during the time.
The question I asked, the question that I asked was two topics. The 3 minutes for this topic and the 3 additional minutes for the open session.
Sir,
That's the
I
question.
can answer that question.
That's the question I have for
As
the
a
city attorney.
presider for the meeting, I already allow people to speak for 3 minutes. And because I'm asking them to stay and then voice their opinion at their open session, I will allow that for 3 minutes also. Does that answer your question?
Is it so 6 minutes?
No, 3 minutes. What do
That's-
you mean by- Oh, for those people who already spoke?
No,
Is that what you're
for the remaining 24 speakers that signed up for this item.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, I think this is in the council's discretion on how you want to handle this, but we're talking about people who have not spoken.
Right.
Correct.
Would you want to allow an additional 3 minutes for those individuals if they want to speak for 3 minutes and then also speak on other items?
My question to you was a legal question. I'm asking you for legal advice as far as they signed up for this item, this closed session item. So they signed up for the 3 minutes there, correct?
Legally,
And-
what is
and then the
required is
three-
people have an opportunity to speak before the council takes any kind of discussion or action on an item. So legally, it would be okay to include that in the 3 minutes at the beginning of the meeting. But the council certainly has discretion to add an additional 3 minutes for those people who have not yet spoken. And that could happen at the end of the meeting, it could happen at the same time at the beginning of the meeting. That's for the council to decide. But legally, the Brown Act just says give them an opportunity to speak prior to the item being discussed or acted on.
So I would suggest that the folks who have not spoken and signed up for this item to have the 3 minutes, and if they choose to speak on an open session item, that they're allowed their additional 3 minutes for those items as well. That is the only correct.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
May I suggest one thing? Anyone that want to speak on any items during the open section, they must turn in a green slip again.
Correct.
That's exactly right. This is, let me say this. For those of you sign up for the closed session to speak, for the closed session, haven't got a chance to speak, you will have a chance to speak. For those of you, for all of you, what I think is you have a 3 minutes for open session. I think it's by law, we need to allow them to speak if they want to speak for their open section, which is 3 minutes. You are allowed to speak again. If you want to stay here until midnight and we can't, get into the closed session, then be it. But I think that you are allowed to have that. Am I correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, all right. So,
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Nguyen is over here taking pictures of me, and I would like for him to stop right now.
please. Well, we are in session right now, so I ask you,
Intimidation by a council member.
well, then you can talk when your turn, but this is not your turn. You still have 3 minutes at the open section. Okay, so why don't we take only one more because, we don't have time. We need to have 5 minutes break before we go back to the 6 o'clock open section. Please.
Mayor, with all due respect, I'd like to give my spot up to somebody that needs to leave. I'll wait till after 6 o'clock and I'll do my speech then.
Thank you very much. Then we can call one more, please. The what? Would you
Please,
please,
let's stay on
let
topic.
us go ahead and finish one more, and then, yeah. Who is that? Who's next?
Next is Tina Tapia.
Okay, would you please come to the podium, so. Okay, so with that, I will take 5-minute recess, and please, council, come back at 6 o'clock. Thank you.
You see 5 minutes?
Good evening. It is 6:10 on July 12, 2023. I would like to reconvene the City Council successor agency to the Westminster Redevelopment Agency meeting. Call to order, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Here.
Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes, I'm here.
Councilmember Monzo,
Here.
and Councilmember Ho.
I'm here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Salute to the flag. Today is going to be Councilmember Fan West and invocation by Councilmember Ho. Please stand.
Please stand with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing and bow your heads. Heavenly Father, we ask for your guidance and direction as matters of importance are discussed this evening. May the decisions made here be to the benefit of all citizens of Westminster. Amen.
Amen. Thank you to Councilmember Fan West and Councilmember Ho for salute to the flag and invocation. Next is City Attorney. We don't have the closed session today, but do you have anything to report?
No, there's nothing to report. We haven't held the closed session yet. It's
Okay.
been continued to the end of the regular meeting.
Thank you very much. Next is export communication. Do we have any? Seeing none, hearing none, so we move on with the City Clerk report, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no report tonight.
There's no, okay. Next is City Manager report.
Just really briefly, just want to remind everybody that tomorrow's the first night for movie night, and 6:30 p.m. out in the Sunken Gardens, we'll be showing Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. That's all I have for tonight's report.
Thank you very much. Before we go into special presentation, I'd like to remind you again, we are in the open section, and you are allowed to sign up to speak for 3 minutes, even you already spoke before. But you need to sign up again, sign up green slip again. Otherwise, you cannot speak for another 3 minutes.
Mayor?
For those people who already signed up and haven't got a chance to speak, you are allowed to speak 3 minutes. And if you want to speak more, then you also need to sign up another green slip. Is that clear? All right, so with that, I will move on to the special presentation. And this is presentation of Proclamation Parks Make Life Better Month. So I ask all the council to join me at the podium. And also, I don't know who the receiver to the recipient, so we ask you to come up. Oh, all right, okay, thank you. Testing. Again, thank you very much for being here, and I'm very proud to, together with the city council and city staff, to present a proclamation, Parks Make Life Better Month, July 2023. Whereas Parks and Recreation promotes physical, emotional, and mental health and wellness through organized and self-directed fitness and activity. And whereas Park and Recreation supports the economic vitality of communities and partnering with local business and nonprofits and offering events for resident engagement. And whereas Parks and Recreation creates memorable experience through youth sport and enrichment activities, teen centers and programs, senior activity centers, adult fitness and enrichment program, free community events, and beyond. And whereas Parks and Recreation fosters social cohesiveness in community by celebrating diversity, providing spaces to come together peacefully, modeling compassion, promoting social equity, connecting social networks, and ensuring all people have access to its benefits. And whereas Parks and Recreation supports human development and endless learning opportunities that fosters social, intellectual, physical, and emotional growth in people of all ages and abilities. And whereas Parks and Recreation strengthens community identified by providing facilities and services that reflect and celebrate community character, heritage, culture, history, aesthetic, and landscape. And whereas Parks and Recreation facilitates community problem and issues resolution by providing safe space to come together peacefully and serving as key points of service, helping our communities heal both physically and emotionally. And whereas Parks and Recreation supports safe, vibrant, attractive, progressive community that make life better through positive alternatives offered in their recreation opportunities. And whereas the California Parks and Recreation Society has released a statewide public awareness campaign, Parks Make Life Better, to inform citizens of the many benefits of utilizing parks, facilities, programs, and service. Now, therefore, I, Chi Charlie Nguyen, Mayor of the City of Westminster, on behalf of Vice Mayor Nam Quan Nguyen and Council members Amy Fan West, Carlos Menzo, and Kimberly Ho, do hereby proclaim July 2023 as Parks Make Life Better Month in the City of Westminster, and recognize the importance of access to local parks, trails, open space, and facilities for the health, wellness, development, inspiration, and safety of all residents. Signed and dated this 28th day of June 2023 by City Council, Chi Charlie Nguyen, the Mayor, Nam Quan Nguyen, Vice Mayor, District 4, Amy Fan West, Council Member, District 1, Carlos Menzo, Council Member, District 2, and Kimberly Ho, Council Member, District 3. As you can see, the wording is very small. It's very difficult for me to read from here. I don't know, maybe next time we have to print it bigger. So, yeah. All right, so congratulations to Park and Recreation. Thank you. They deserve it. They really deserve it. They've been working really hard. Since I became the mayor, we actually put on more and more projects, and they all carried out. You can see the Tet Parade, there you can see the April event, and many, many others events, and they take them all. So once again, thank you very, very much for all the hard work that you guys put in.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. It's an honor to accept this on behalf of the Community Services Department. We appreciate your support and how valuable that Parks and Recreation are to this community. It strengthens it as a whole, and I want to thank our staff for continuing their hard work every day. Thank you.
Hello there. Congratulations, our team of Park and Recreation Division. I know that parks are very important to our constituents, and we have been at park deficit at least for a decade. I've only been here for, 7.5 years, but I know that the last director made the assessment and announcement. That was back in 2016, 15, before I came on the council, that we are at park deficit. And so I'm hoping with the development of the new mall, we'll be able to gain some park space. And so I'm very excited about that. Congratulations again. Thank you.
Councilmember? All right. Thank you very much. So we can go back. Thank you very much. And next we have Orange County Fire Authority water safety presentation. Okay, here we are. Welcome, Chief Covey.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, City Manager Cordone. We were talking this past couple months about, as we come into the summer season, it's that annual time to really discuss water safety. So real quickly, how many in this room have children? Raise your hand. And those same people that have children, you can keep your hands up. How many would you do anything you can to protect them? Okay, as I go through this presentation, I just want you to keep that in mind. In my 33-year career as a first responder, I've been on dozens of drownings, and every one of them are preventable. Have we done what we needed to prevent these drownings? It's unacceptable. You know, my partners in law enforcement, we go on these calls, in the level of pain and anguish you see in a family member sitting on their knees on the front lawn screaming is beyond anything you will ever want to see, and I don't wish it upon anybody. So as I go through this presentation, please keep that in mind. Drownings are preventable. I'm going to do a video here, a short video. Now this video, I'm going to ask a little caution on it because it is pretty alarming, but it catches your attention. Should start playing. Oh, come on. Just like that. If this can happen to a firefighter, it can happen to anybody. Distractions matter. You have to pay attention. And it is not a loud noise drowning, unlike movies and things like that. Children drown without a sound. Having a little trouble here, hang on. It's coming. You good? Slide's not advancing. Hold on one second. There we go. Okay, so what is a drowning? It's, you know, its definition is being submerged in a liquid, right? And there's two types of drownings, fatal and non-fatal. Bear in mind that the ratio of fatal to non-fatal is about 5 to 1. For every fatal drowning, there's 5 that didn't. But just because it's not a not fatal drowning doesn't mean that there's life-changing damage to the victim, many of them who will never recover. Lots of risk factors associated with drowning, but bear in mind that the #1 risk factor is knowing how to swim. 50% of the children don't know how to swim, but yet 90% of the parents say their children will be in water this summer. So just think about that. Just last month, or just in June, we already had a couple drownings, and it's been progressing since then. We had 2 in one day. A 75-year-old resident in Seal Beach drowned and did not survive, and a 13-year-old girl drowned in Irvine but did survive. That was just in one day back in June, so it's already starting for us. Children can drown in as little as 2 inches because they're so top heavy. A bucket of water is a threat to a child. In the last 13 years, you can see here, trend-wise, we've averaged about 60 to 120 drownings a year. And out of that 60 to 120 drownings, we've been averaging between 30 and 50 of them being fatalities. The thing that you need to bear in mind, you'll see here statistically the different types of drownings that we have, but the higher risk scenarios is oceans and pools. And why is that? Because most of the time, the people that are supervising them have distractions and aren't paying attention as much as they need to. Needless to say, time's important. Within 4 to 5 minutes, you start having irreversible brain damage, and within 10 minutes, it is a fatal event no matter what. So we've kind of defined things for water drownings and also giving you some statistics. So how do we prevent these? You know, when we think about the ABCs, you know, not besides kindergarten, stuff like that, we think about it with CPR, airway, breathing, and circulation. But for pools, we talk about it as active adult supervision, barriers, and classes. So when we talk about active adult supervision, 88% of the drownings that have occurred had adult supervision. So again, I go back to distractions. Distractions matter. So the more children down in the pool, the more adults that need to be watching. And if it's too challenging for one, put more in and rotate the adults. But somebody needs to be specifically watching our children. In 2017, Assembly Bill 442 was put in service, and it requires that any pool has a minimum of 2 of the recommended safety barriers. And I'll read these verbatim because they are important. 1, an enclosure that isolates the pool or spa from the home. 2, removable mesh fencing in conjunction with a self-latching, self-closing gate. 3, an appropriate safety cover on the pool. 4, exit alarms at the home's door that provide access directly to the pool or spa. So when a door opens, an alarm goes off and notifies the residents. 5, self-closing, self-latching devices with a release mechanism at least 54 inches tall so that someone can't climb over the fence, a small child. 6, an alarm placed at the pool or spa that will sound upon the detection of an accidental or unauthorized entry. Or 7, other means of protection to determine that it's equal or greater to the previous 6. So at least 2 of those 7 need to be in service to protect our children. 1 in 4 of our children know how to swim, and less than 50% of adults. Okay, so my recommendation is for classes, right? Nothing substitute classes along with that supervision. Bottom line, there's no such thing as a safe pool. Okay, whether it's a pool or ocean or any body of water, there is no such thing as a safe pool. The recommendation is that whoever's using the pool be at least 6 inches taller than the depth of the water if they don't know how to swim. So when you think about a 4.5-foot pool depth, that is an unsafe scenario for a 12-year-old. It doesn't take much. When we talk about drain safety at the bottom of the pool, making sure you have the proper drains so that children don't get trapped in this straining system of the pool. Flotation devices. I'm going to leave you with a quote tonight, hopefully that you remember. Life vests equals love. Okay, again, protect our children. Improper fit, they need to fit right, and it still doesn't substitute for direct supervision. There's many different ways they can drown: bathtubs, open water, and boating. California is number 3 in the nation in boating deaths due to drowning. 79% of the boating deaths occurred without life vest. And it's triple the age at 15. So you kind of get more confident when you start at 15, but it triples the percentage at the age 15. A lot of myths regarding our drowning that you've seen on movies and stuff. Remember that drownings are a silent drowning. They go under the water. They're not on the top of the water. If they're on top of the water, they're barely treading with their chin out trying to survive. So those are some of the clues that you should be looking at in reality of someone that is struggling in the water. Here's a list of 10 safety tips here. I'm not going to read them all verbatim and try to keep things on time tonight. But again, supervision. If you're at the ocean, when you swim near a lifeguard, it changes the odds of drowning up into the 1 in a millions. So when you're at the beach, be near a lifeguard stand, as well as continue to monitor your children. So as we close out tonight, remember, drowning's fast, silent, and most of all, preventable, 100% preventable. They don't just swim, they sink. OCFA is working with the city. City Manager Cordone and I have talked about this stuff, and we have provided safety messaging like this in our campaign to prevent these things, and it is being shared on your social media platforms. See if this
Drowning
player.
happens in seconds, faster than grabbing a snack. It's fast and it occurs without a struggle. Nearly 70% of young children who drowned in swimming pools were not expected to be near a pool. Drowning prevention is everyone's responsibility, and you can help by following these safety tips. Designate a water watcher, keep kids within arm's reach, avoid distractions, and never leave kids alone near a pool. It's up to us. Always watch the water.
So that closes out my presentation tonight. A lot of our stuff is available on ocfa.org. The stuff that we've shared with the city is available on your websites, and I'm available for any questions should you have them.
On behalf of the city council and city staff, I would like to thank you for your important presentation, and your message is very clear to all of us here. How important is that to take care of our children? The only thing is that I would like to ask each and every one of us, after we heard of the important message here, let's spread out, and then tell people in our family or neighbors how important that is for us to watch out. So take care of our children. Also, thank you. I also want to let you know that I don't know that you know that, but I am on the OCFA board representing our city, and I have a chance to work with Chief Covey. And I know that he is always on top of everything to inform us of what's happening in the city. So I appreciate that very much. Why don't we put our hands together to thank him for that?
Thank you.
So now, if council have any question for Chief Covey. It seems like no question. So thank you very much for your
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Next is oral communication. Again, we would like to continue with those who sign up for oral communication for the closed session and haven't got a chance to do that. We'll continue with that first, and then we'll take on for those who sign up for the open session. But again, I want to remind you that if you want to sign up for open session to speak, you need to sign, you need to fill out the green form and then turn it into the Madam Clerk. So with that,
Mr. Mayor, are
yes.
we voting on to continue the before or after? Are we continue right now? Before, for the 3 minutes from the closed session? Is that
For, if you want,
do we vote or do
no, we don't vote because we have the policy for 3 minutes. If you want anything different than that, then you can go ahead and bring it up, and so the council can vote. Is that what I understand from you, or you want a 3 minute total, or
No.
the 3 and 6?
What I heard was there was an option of either continue the closed session before or after our city business. So what did you guys want it? Did the council want it before?
The closed session is going to be after this one, because we cannot do the closed session right now, right? So after this meeting, open session, then we can vote whether we want to continue or we are going to. Is that right?
Great. Yes, that's perfect.
Yeah, I want to make sure we're talking about the same thing here. The closed session, as I understand it, is going to take, your option, here's a couple options. One, you could continue the public comment right now for the closed session item, and then go into closed session and then come out and then conduct the regular meeting after that.
That can be done too.
That's one option.
Yes, okay.
Second option, as you've started the meeting now, you go into oral communications, which we're at right now, and basically combine the remainder of the closed session comments with open session comments, okay? Let people speak during that. Or 3, you could put the remainder of the closed session comments at the end of the meeting before you go into closed session. That's usually a very unfavorable approach, but that is an option.
Okay, so for the option that you just mentioned, do we have to vote?
I think that's probably a good idea, just so that we have.
So at this point here, why don't we go ahead and, okay, let me propose. Let us continue with the closed section oral communication, and then we'll recess for closed session item.
I second.
Okay, so I haven't motioned that yet, so anybody want to make a motion? If not, I will make motion, so we have the second already. Okay. All right, so we have a motion by
I have a motion by Mayor Nguyen and a
Yes.
second by Councilmember Ho to go ahead and take oral communications for the closed session items listed on the agenda now, and then recess into the closed session.
Okay.
Okay, I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
5-0, motion passed.
So, okay, I'd like to go ahead and continue with speakers who signed up for closed section.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and continue with the closed session items. John Gentile is first with Victoria Cooper on deck.
City Council, Mayor, thank you for having us today. When I wrote this, I wrote it 3 times. I really watered it down a lot because I want to show a little bit of respect to the mayor, but I didn't sugarcoat anything that I believe. I'm here today to talk about the future of our city manager. Whether you see it or not, the general public are having major concerns about the commitment to our city and the ties to the corruption that plagued the local government for years. There's no hiding the fact that the big money from District 4 wants to take control of the city government, and their eyes are now set on the city management position. There's a problem. Everyone here knows our city manager is highly qualified and considered an asset to our city. So you have to ask yourself, why get rid of her? We, the people that you represent, all know this is nothing less than the big money puppeteers of District 4 forcing council members to oust Christine so they could replace her with another puppet. We all know that politics is very dirty, and at the end of the day, you have to pay back the people that help finance your campaign. But don't do it this way. You 3 know what is about to happen is wrong, but you could stop it from happening. Like I told my friend, ex-councilman Ty Doe, before he got buried in the last election, do what's right for the people, and the people will do right by you. If you keep selling out to the puppeteers, there'll be no more city for you to govern. Just do the right thing, and God will do the rest. Stop the takeover of our once all-American city. Stop the corruption. And start making decisions that benefit all the people and all the districts, not just the chosen few. Keep Christine. Councilmember Monzo, Councilmember Ho, thank you very much for your continued effort to try to save our city. Thank you all for listening.
Victoria Cooper, and after her is Gigi Vo.
Tôi Victoria Cooper. Hôm nay tôi đến đây với tư cách là công dân Mỹ, Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Và với cái việc mà mục đích ngày hôm nay, tôi xin được tri ân cô Tổng Quản trị Christine Cardon.
I'm here today as a patriot, South Vietnamese, American Vietnamese Republican, and I want to show my gratitude to the city manager, Madame Christine Gordon.
Và tôi muốn nói với cô là lòng tri ân của những người dân Mỹ tại Westminster này, cái trách nhiệm phải bảo vệ, phải cứu lấy cái thành phố Westminster này. Không thể để một cái băng đảng bố già mà xâm nhập vào thành phố Westminster này để mà tiền lương mà trả cho cô chính là tiền thuế của chúng tôi.
She said she represents the concerned citizens who felt they are responsible to defend the city, to protect you against the special interest group, the mafia gang that try to fire you. And she said they are the people that's responsible for hiring you, to keep you.
Những việc mà cô đã làm cho thành phố khi mà cô được nhận nhiệm vụ, chúng tôi, những người dân yêu nước Mỹ, yêu thành phố và bảo vệ thành phố bằng luật pháp và hiến pháp nước Mỹ, bằng tiền thuế của chúng tôi. Không có một kẻ nào vote by mail mà được quyền mà thay chúng tôi, mà coi như là được quyền đuổi cô. Chính những kẻ đó phải bị tống cổ ra khỏi thành phố Westminster này.
She says she's the responsible resident, taxpayer of the city of Westminster, who has the right to hire or to fire you, not the people that got elected by mail. And she said those people should be fired instead of you.
Xin được tri ân nghị viên Kimberly Hồ cũng như là các Menzo đã từ chối không gia nhập vào cái băng đảng bố già mà để tiêu diệt, chống lột tiền thuế của chúng tôi. Ai có quyền mà thuê cô tổng quản trị mà trả ra lương cho cô tổng quản trị tuyệt vời của chúng tôi. Một lần nữa xin được tri ân cô Christine Cardon, cũng như là tôi cảnh cáo lại những kẻ nào mà lợi dụng là vì là được vote by mail mà coi như là lợi dụng cái quyền mà coi như là mà hoang tưởng bệnh hoạn, là coi như là chính các vị cũng chính do tiền thuế của chúng tôi trả, chứ không phải là mấy người bỏ tiền ra để mà mấy người thuê để muốn mà một người tốt mà làm tốt cho
I want to guide you back.
Yeah.
She said that she wants to thank Councilwoman Kimberly Ho, Councilman Carlos Menzo for stay independent, not joining the gang. And she said the taxpayer money paid for the city's manager's salary, not the people that get elected by mail. And she's warning you guys.
Đề nghị thị trưởng cấp dừng lại cái tội ác mà tự nhiên tối ngày mà đi vô trong cuộc họp mà đi cướp cái quyền làm người của chúng tôi. Không cho chúng tôi cầm cái bảng mà chúng tôi nói là sự thật mà tối ngày mà coi như là để mà harass chúng tôi, mà lợi dụng là lừa đảo.
Just want to let you know that you are speaking on the closed section item. If you want to talk about those, wait until I open oral communication for open section. Right now, we are with the closed section item. Please.
Dừng lại cái tội ác mà bảo kê cho cô Amy ra ngoài, cũng như là tại sao làm việc mà tiền thuế của người dân Mỹ tôi mà.
Please, the first warning for you.
Rét rung là tại sao?
She said she's warning you to stop the crime of protecting Amy, to try to.
Please.
She said our taxpayers' money paid you guys not to go to the restroom while the residents are speaking.
Yeah. Và đi ngồi cách message ngay tại thành phố. Tiền thuế không phải là để trả được cho mấy người ăn cướp tiền thuế của chúng tôi.
And
Phá hoại nước Mỹ.
not paying you guys.
Luật pháp này của nước Mỹ.
Not paying you guys to text, send messages during the meeting with her tax money, not to pay you guys to do that.
Chấm dứt tội ác tăng giảm, bố già, tiêu diệt, cướp đất nước về thành phố nước này trở thành một thành phố của tăng giảm.
Stop the crime
I would
on
like to ask
turning
the
the
police
city.
to interfere with this one. She needs to be removed from the council chambers. It's already through warning for you.
Và hành vi mà của
Please, can I ask?
thị trưởng mê chờ đuôi.
Ma'am, please. You need, when you're addressing, you need to address the council, not turn around and
Okay.
go through the audience.
Thank you.
But
Thank you.
the mayor has directed that you be removed because you've been warned
you
a
so
couple
much.
times now.
Bởi vì
So,
tôi bị cướp quyền làm người, tôi được
please,
luật pháp và
someone
hiến pháp 176
gently-
để mà bảo vệ, mà tôi bị cướp như vậy ngay tại thành phố Westminster của một cái băng đảng
I would like to take 5 minutes
bố già thì
recess.
không nên.
Well, please come back
She
to 5
felt
minutes
like
recess.
her right of speech was
Please,
denied.
council member, come go into the.
Và tất cả những tội ác nào mà
We come back in
đòi
5 minutes.
We have a 5-minute
Yeah, thank
recess.
you.
There was a repeated refusal to follow the rules, so we need to remove that individual.
Disrespectful to speakers.
I'm sorry, ma'am, we have 5 minutes recess. So we need to, they can do whatever they want to do in that 5-minute recess. And when 5 minutes recess, city manager will let me know, because I can't even start now if I want to.
But I'm not talking about the recess part. I'm just saying that I don't want them to do a Brown Act violation. That's
quorum outside of here. Well, the Brown Act violation only if they are discussing the item.
We don't know
Okay,
what they're
so
doing because we're not privy to it.
we can't say that Brown Act violation right now. I will let them handle it. I will let the city attorney.
Charlie, I'm not saying, I'm trying to be as respectful as possible, I swear. It's, we don't know.
Okay, I recognize that. So I have the city attorney is doing that right now. Okay, I appreciate for that. You know, we want to do city business together, and we need to respect each other. And all I ask is let's be respectful, and so that we can move the meeting closer. I don't think that you want to be here until midnight. So same thing for us. So we want to make sure that we move.
And all we're asking is to ensure that a Brown Act violation is not occurring.
Yes, I got it. I have the city attorney in there
Like
already.
he's trustworthy, he passes notes to her. And I don't know.
I know you guys are frustrated. I know you guys are frustrated, but there is times when we're all back there eating dinner, and trust me, when I'm back there, nobody's talking. Yeah, we're not. Sorry, but I mean, they'll be fine.
Yes.
You have ethics, Carlos.
That person that sits on that side of you, I'm not sure if that shows up in her dictionary.
Remember, she called it sex trading, so, I mean.
Well, we just have to follow the rules, and when we ask for 5-minute recess, we have to respect that 5 minutes.
But where's the
So.
rules? I mean, you guys don't follow the rules, and then you expect us to turn it in.
We are following the rules. That's why we have 5 minutes, sir. Okay. I'm not trying to argue with you. I just want to let you know we have the policy, we have the rules, we have the ordinance, we have to follow.
Well, now you don't understand the audience's perspective.
Mayor, is it possible that you ask the council members to engage and watch public comments and listen and not leave the dais frequently to yourself?
You speak out loud. I'm sure that they heard about it, and I will remind them. Thank you for reminding me. Are we 5 minutes up yet? 5 minutes It is now 6:55, and I would like to reconvene the City Council meeting. Roll call, please.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Councilwoman Fan West,
I'm here.
Councilmember Monzo,
Here.
Councilmember Ho.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. I would like to continue the oral communication for the closed session item. Please call the next item for the speaker.
Our next speaker is Gigi Vo with Hugh Knock on deck.
Kính chào ông thị trưởng và quý vị trong hội đồng thành phố Westminster. Tôi tên là Gigi Vô.
Tôi có nhận xét như sau. Dưới sự lãnh đạo của ông thị trưởng Charlie Nguyễn, thành phố Westminster đang tiến lên vững vàng, đúng hướng cùng với sự lớn mạnh của Lido Sài Gòn. Thành phố chúng ta đang tiến tới một tương lai sáng lạng, tốt đẹp. Trong đó có phần đóng góp quan trọng của người quản trị thành phố và toàn thể nhân viên. Theo tôi nhận xét, bà Christine Condon làm việc khá tốt đối với nhân viên và hội đồng thành phố. Bà có thể có những điều chưa đạt được tiêu chuẩn của công việc, nhưng chúng ta nên cho bà một cơ hội để học hỏi và trau dồi cho chức vụ của mình. Không nên sa thải bà vào thời điểm này, vì làm như vậy chẳng giúp ích gì trong sự phát triển của thành phố. Xin cảm ơn quý vị đã lắng nghe.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Gigi Vo. In my opinion, under the leadership of Mayor Charlie Nguyen, our city is moving forward steadily in the right direction alongside with the growth of Little Saigon. Our city is moving toward a brighter future. In the development of the city, we have to count the contribution of the city manager and her team. In my opinion, Ms. Christine Gordon works relatively well with staff and city councils. She may have things that are not up to the standard of the job, but we should give her a chance to learn and to improve her position. Do not let her go now, because doing so will not help the development of the city. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Hugh Knock with Tina Tapia on deck.
Kính chào ông thị trưởng và quý vị trong hội đồng thành phố. Tôi tên là Huệ, một cư nhân của thành phố Westminster. Tôi đang rất vui mừng trong sự lớn mạnh của thành phố Westminster, đặc biệt là khu lễ hội Sài Gòn. Một dự luật ACAR 71 nếu được chấp thuận, một phần của Freeway 405 sẽ thêm tên lễ hội Sài Gòn Freeway. Thêm vào đó những bản chỉ đường exit vô lễ hội Sài Gòn từ Freeway, cổng chào đón Welcome to lễ hội Sài Gòn, vân vân và vân vân, sẽ đem thêm du khách đến làm phong phú cho thành phố Westminster. Tôi tin tưởng với sự lãnh đạo của thị trưởng Charlie Nguyễn Mạnh Trí, thành phố Westminster sẽ đang đi đúng hướng và đang tiến lên với một thành phố thịnh vượng. Vì lý do đó, tôi không muốn quý vị trong hội đồng thành phố hãy cho bà, tổng quản trị và nhân viên trong thành phố một cơ hội để bà tiếp tục đóng góp vào sự phát triển của thành phố. Tôi tin rằng việc sa thải bà lúc này chỉ gây xáo trộn thêm cho thành phố. Xin cảm ơn quý vị.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Huệ, a Westminster resident. I am very excited in the growth of the city of the Westminster, especially the Little Saigon district. With Bill ACR 71, if approved, part of Freeway 405 will add the name Little Saigon Freeway. In addition, signs showing exits to Little Saigon from the freeway, the welcome gate to Little Saigon, and so on and so forth, will bring more visitors to enrich the city of Westminster. I am confident that with the leadership of Mayor Charlie Nguyen, the city of Westminster is on the right track and to move forward as a thriving city. For that reason, I ask the mayor and all city councils to give the city manager and her team an opportunity to continue to contribute their contribution to the development of the city. I believe the layoff of the city manager now will only add to the chaos of the city. Thank you.
next speaker is Tina Tapia with Ed Hirsch on deck.
Hauke. My name is Tina. I'm a mother of 3 boys. I used to be at Anderson Elementary School PTA president for 4 years. I saw a lot of horrible things that these teachers were doing behind parents' backs. I knew I had to do something for my children. I come before you, Great Spirit, whose voice I can hear in the wind, and whose breath gives me life. Words, I can come before you, one of your many children. I'm small and weak. I need your strength and wisdom. May I walk in beauty. May I have eyes behold the red and purple sunset. May my hands respect what you have made. My ears be sharp to hear your voice. Make me wise so I may know what teach in front. May I teach every leaf and rock. Make me strong so I may be able to.
Excuse me, ma'am. We are in a closed session. And
I understand that. The whole city is corrupt, and the manager is also corrupt with everybody in here as well. Again, I do not have any mental illness. This is what you're teaching these children. Key communication, encouraging and creating structure, supporting leadership, communication, modeled, parenting, collaborating. None of these school teachers are here to support the city manager or any of the council members. You guys are also involved in genocide. Even these teachers that are here today, even the council, even everybody is involved in not even helping. Massage parlors, we do not need them. They're sex parties, we don't need them. This is human trafficking. No one is speaking out with these children. No one's helping out, no one's doing anything. I don't know what to say. I have not seen my kids in 2 years. What would you guys do? What would you guys do? What would you guys do if you guys haven't seen your kids in 2 years?
Please.
No. What have you done for this community?
If you want
Nothing. There's homeless people outside that need food.
Because you are out of order.
No,
we are doing the closed section
you are out of
item
order.
right now.
Everybody's been out of order. No one has seen nothing. No one has done anything.
You are second warning now, okay? If there's one more, you have to leave.
That's fine. That's fine. I'll take it.
Okay, thank you very much.
But you should go life in prison. All
That's
of you,
okay.
life in prison.
Please. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ed Hirsch with Camilla on deck.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Ed Hirsch. I'm a longtime resident of Seal Beach. For years, I've been watching to see what would become of our sister city, Westminster, knowing full well that if Westminster went bankrupt, it would greatly impact my hometown. When Christine Corden was appointed acting and then interim and finally given the full title of city manager, I was able to take a deep breath. Despite all odds, Christine, through her leadership, has not only shown my friends in Westminster, but also residents in my town and surrounding neighbors, cities, that true leadership is at the helm. When a city is facing bankruptcy, it isn't just the city that faces trouble, it's all the surrounding cities as well. Mayor Nguyen, City Council, Christine has brought an ease of mind and a peace. She's shown true leadership. Even more, as she's shown young women and young girls and women that they too can be in positions of power and leadership. We live in a time when representation matters, and Ms. Corden has shown that representation for so many others. Mayor, I hope this city and City Council will weigh the tremendous benefit Ms. Corden has brought not only to your city, but to surrounding cities as well. I urge you to keep her on. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Camilla with Civic on deck.
Seychelle actually couldn't speak, so I'm going to try and fit mine and hers into one. So, this is on behalf of Seychelle. Mayor Nguyen and council members,
She was born and raised in the city of Westminster. She's a business owner in the city and currently raising her own family here. Over the years, she has watched our city change and has become incredibly disheartened as a resident. It has come to a point that people feel that their voices are not heard, that those who run for a seat on city council only do so for self-serving interests and not to be a spokesperson for their constituents, as it should be. I speak tonight on behalf of Seychelles, specifically in support of our current city manager, Christine Corden. I would like to strongly urge you to vote on behalf of the voice of the residents. Ms. Corden has proven to be a strong and efficient city manager and has given no valid reason for being released from her position. In my opinion, doing so would only draw even more negative attention to the city's politics, including more lawsuits and additional legal scrutiny of certain council members' behaviors. Bringing in friends and outside partners to fill positions which are already adequately staffed is not only morally wrong, but fiscally irresponsible. Mayor Nguyen, I know that it has been said around Westminster that you are run by others on the council. And this is your opportunity to show that this is not the case, that you are a strong, free thinker, and that you are here to represent the people of this beautiful, diverse city. I strongly urge you when voting to look into your heart and to vote on behalf of what is in the best interests of your city and in the decision to retain Christine Corden. Thank you. And I just wanted to say, Mayor Nguyen, our city is so lucky to have someone with the tenacity, skill set, and drive to lead this city into the future and financial solvency. Charlie, I do hope you hear the cries and pleas of the community and vote to keep Ms. Corden. Westminster will not survive without her. Christine, you are a beacon of hope and a light to the community. Thank you for everything you do. The residents of Westminster stand with you.
Our next speaker is Robert Harrison with Jessica Lostanow on deck.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, and especially Christine, a lot has gone down here, and I'm glad to be a part of it, but this City Council and all of us know that there are those in the Vietnamese community that control the media, TV, radio, newspaper, and have their own agenda for themselves and not the city's best interest. And some of you are a part of it. I would like to add to this control of the community, voter harvesting has been the talk in Vietnamese coffee shops personally by many who experienced it over the years. Total control of the community. Christine Corden, intelligence, comprehension, implementation of programs, 2023 Woman of Distinction, putting on the agenda, firing her by the 2 new city councilmen members is ludicrous. You don't do this because of your own insecurities. Since the last election with the new members, Dam Quan, Amy West, there has been a push through them by those that control the media to put a chokehold on the city of Westminster, eliminating so much public contribution and public comments to the well-being of Westminster. And wow, just or unjust, the truth has come out. Christine exemplifies all that is good about the city of Westminster. City clerk, interim manager. Christine is above all when it comes to integrity, ethics, and morals. We got to think about that. The Vietnamese people in their assimilation into the American society have made America better for them being here. And those that control the media and putting this firing of Christine on the line here are destroying the image that the Vietnamese have brought here to this country. Firing Christine is total ignorance. Retaining Christine, the best city manager ever, there's a chance for survival from the toxicity of those that do not have the city's best interest. What a wonderful support for Christine.
Just want to let you know you're still in the oral communication for the closed session item.
Following Jessica is going to be Dao Tran.
Hi, I'm Jessica Lostenow. I'm here to voice my support for Westminster's City Manager, Christine Cordon. As many prior people have mentioned, Christine has earned several awards, which speaks to her skill and her dedication. But it's not just about the official accolades. Your constituents genuinely trust and respect Christine because of her ability to bring out the best in her team and her unwavering commitment to the city of Westminster. I mean, why do you think so many of us would come out in the middle of a day on a Wednesday? We see the positive changes that she's made, and we appreciate her efforts. She's built strong relationships, attracting new development and creating opportunities for growth. She's partnered with other agencies to bring good things to Westminster, like Be Well and the Navigation Center. And our city is improving under her leadership, and that's something we should be proud of. Firing Christine would be a costly endeavor because we'd lose all the progress that we've made and risk starting over with someone who will not have the same level of experience and the trust of the community. So I want to make sure that we all understand that this doesn't have to be a zero-sum game where certain people win, certain people lose. This can be a win for everyone. If Christine stays, it's a win for everybody on the council because your city's going to thrive under your leadership. And we're going to win because we're going to be living in a city with outstanding leadership. So I'm asking you to recognize the incredible work that Christine has done for our city, her passion, her skills, and her ability to get stuff done. We need to support her and continue to allow her to bring us toward a better future. So let's keep moving forward with Christine Cordon as our city manager.
Our next speaker is Dao Tran with Larry Kelly on deck.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As a public school employee for 15 years, I understand that each year I have a performance evaluation meeting with my boss, which is my principal, to see what I have met and what I have not met for the qualifications of the job, and then set a goal for me for next year. It is a normal practice, and it shouldn't be a surprise to anyone who works for a living. Same as Ms. Cordon. She may have met or not met some qualifications of her job. In my opinion, she is working okay with staff and council members. My suggestion is for the city council to have another performance review for the city manager in 3 months or maybe half of a year with certain goals so she can prove herself or improve if needed, and have another review after that time. That is reasonable and ethical, that we always give people a chance to do better. Dismissing her at this time is not a good idea when our city is moving forward smoothly. The council is working with city manager and her staff to implement policies. The process of looking for someone new to come in and start from scratch again is a very bad idea. Thank you for listening.
Our next speaker is actually going to be Terry Raines with Connie Cohen on deck.
Hello. Item 1, Councilmember West, your comments in yesterday's OC Register article were woefully ignorant. The city manager's performance evaluation is contractually obligated under Section 2. Christine Corden, the city's first ever city manager of Vietnamese descent, was hired unanimously with a 5-0 vote and has done an excellent job since day one. Look around. Ask your city staff, your residents, your commissioners, your police officers, your business owners, other city managers, other public agency staff, and elected officials from all across this county. Christine has integrity. She is a strong and effective leader. She is a woman of great dignity and conviction. She has brought badly needed positivity, innovation, and transparency to our city. Staff morale has greatly improved under her leadership. Her professionalism, energy, enthusiasm, and creativity are inspiring and infectious. She launched new city events on a shoestring budget and attends many of them, demonstrating her love for and commitment to our community. Her ability to effectively network and promote our city has led to more funding and the Navigation Center and Be Well partnerships. Her leadership brought council and staff together to work on a strategic plan, the first ever for this city, and the award-winning Westminster Mall Specific Plan. She has put together a great leadership team that we are damn lucky to have. She works tirelessly to move this city forward and generate new revenue. She was honored as one of Orange County's 125 most influential people and a woman of distinction by the offices of Assemblyman Trita, Senator Janet Wynn, and Congresswoman Michelle Steele. The latter was even presented and celebrated by this very council on March 22nd. But this is not about Christine's performance, is it, Amy, you narcissistic twat waffle? Item 2 clearly seeks to fire Christine, initiated by you, Amy, and you, Nam Kwan. How dare you both? You don't like Christine because she is honest. She will not cross legal and ethical lines for any of you. That's the trait of an outstanding city manager. But Mayor Wynn, Charlie, I'm going to speak to you directly from my heart right now. I know deep down inside you know right from wrong, and you most certainly know that Christine is an excellent city manager because you've stated so many times publicly. You must know how terrified our city staff is right now. Just seeing this item on the agenda. Residents from all ethnicities, business leaders, community leaders, developers, philanthropists, and elected officials from all over this county are also outraged and horrified over this and are closely watching to see what you do, Charlie. As mayor, you're the face of this city. This pivotal decision will dictate your future in politics and your support from this community and the future of our city. You must take this decision, you must make this decision based on what is best for our city, not political agendas or favoritism. Please, Charlie, please do the right thing here. If you don't, our city will fail and there will be hell to pay. You can bank on that.
Following Connie is going to be Jody Boyd.
Hi, my name is Connie Cohan. To those of you on the dais, I want to thank you for your public service. All of you are public service members. Some of you have taken a job, and some of you were elected to do this job. It's hard work to become an elected council member or mayor. I thank you for your service. I thank you for being interested in doing this. As a council member, you now have the responsibility to be altruistic in your decision-making. What is best, not just for you, but for the community? What is best for your city, the businesses in your city, the residents in your city, the workers in your city, how your city works with the entire county and state? I've heard numerous people, from young citizens. I just really wanted to say what Ken, quote unquote, what Kenny said, because he did a great job of explaining how important trust is. Then I wanted to say what this person said or that person, because so many of them brought up the important things that our city manager has done and has shown. Amy Walsh, as a prior Westminster School District council member, mentioned the costs of paying a salary after you've let someone go. I don't know if that would be the case here, but there's that cost as well, and the costs of things that don't get done. So I just really hope that you are altruistic in what you do and do what's best for the city, all of you. Thank you so much.
Following Jody is going to be Lee Nguyen.
Good evening. It is truly a pleasure to be here again with each of you this evening. I enjoy our little talks. I, like apparently everybody else in the room, am here to express my strong support and appreciation for our city manager, Christine Corden. Our city literally cannot afford any more division and distractions. Honorable Mayor, you are our city leader. It's up to you to keep everybody together and functioning together as a winning team to move our city forward. We can't take any more of this division coming from a lopsided area of the council. I was very impressed at the last meeting. I saw a different man. I think I saw the real man. You were real. You had backbone. You stood up to another council member. And I really appreciated that. You know that. I'm asking you to show the same sense of fairness and backbone this evening. If I were keeping score, if this was a friendly baseball game, it's the city manager and city staff, 1, and the city council, 0. They hit the ball out of the park to bring millions into the city over the electronic billboard deal. What's the city council got? I read the agenda, nothing. Nothing but intent to destroy this city. And we, the people, are not going to have it. And I'm tired of somebody just warming the seat when there are more qualified people that could join your team and help you and the city manager move this city forward. Little Saigon means nothing. It will be hollow without the city around it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lee Nguyen with Kai Dao on deck. Lee? Kai Dao? Following Kai is going to be Tony Bowie.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kai Dao, admin of With Youth Media. I'm so glad to see so many people present here today, especially the young people, and to hear the word With Youth mentioned in this chamber that really made my day, if not my life. I've been trying to build and maintain WithYouth.net and With Youth Forum for over 30 years in an effort to try to raise our younger generation awareness about our community, our heritage, our city's welfare, and our communities, to try to get them to engage in social issues and to get involved. Decades without any results. And today, I saw them show up in droves, compassionately and decisively supporting you, Madam City Manager. That means they care about the city this issue greatly and support you wholeheartedly. Madam Manager, in the last meeting, I specifically called you out, along with our city lawyers, to consider the situation, to demand the one who just walked out, Mr. Nam Quang, to resign, because he would be a major disaster, a huge liability to our city. If he continue to stay on the dais, stay on the council, behaving the way he has been behaving. Maybe that's the reason why they're trying to send a message, why they have the meeting here today, trying to review you, sending the message, threatening to fire you. Mr. Nam Quang, this guy, well, he left, so he's a nobody, a low-life YouTuber, making a living by defaming and slandering women on YouTube to get views.
I'd like for you to
And the
concentrate
only
on-
reason, don't interrupt me. I'd like my
Please.
time back. Don't interrupt me. I'm talking on the
Please,
issue.
I told
I'm
you-
not out of order.
Closer.
Sir, please
Closer
tell him
item.
not to interrupt me. He's costing my time.
I know that you have.
Do
only
you
30
understand what I'm
seconds.
talking about?
I understand.
Is Mr. Nam Quang trying to fire her?
Concentrate
I have
on
the
the
right to talk about Nam Quang if he's trying to fire her.
Second time.
Okay, sir,
One more.
sir.
Why are you interrupting me?
The mayor is entitled to tell you to just stay on topic, okay?
I am, sir. I am.
That is appropriate for him to say that. Please don't argue with
Then
him about it.
I'd like
Just
to have
stay
my
on-
time back.
Stay on
because
topic.
I lost my train of thought.
Okay.
I cannot continue
You
if
can't talk
if he
anymore.
trying to
Continue, and please stay on the topic.
I am on the topic.
Go
Where's
ahead.
my time?
You go ahead. Go ahead now. Run the clock.
I'd like my time back, please. No, that's not 19 seconds. I cannot continue with 19 seconds.
Let's give him 30 seconds. I'm not trying to scare anyone. I am doing my job, and we have the city business to do. So again, please, first warning for you too. Go ahead.
So, what is Nam Quang's qualification, Nam Quang? You got elected here because you were an attack dogs for the gang. They helped you get elected.
You are not back.
You know city's business? Are you qualified to judge Christine Gordon, to bring up the issue of reviewing her and fire her? And that's why we're preparing to recall Nam Quang. Anybody who agree with us, please contact us. Recall Nam Quang. Right. On our platform of social media. Take him down.
Our next speaker is Tony Bowie with Jan Brookhart on deck.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. I'm Tony Bowie, a resident of Westminster for more than 20 years. I came here and very surprised that the people raised their concern about the appraisal of city manager. It is a usual common practice. When I was an engineer 30 years ago, every year I was appraised by the big boss. And it's a common practice. So all of us has to guard that and have to improve ourselves. I support Christine Gordon and she has been working hard and good for our city. So in the future, if you have any chance to do appraisal, you should have at least an advisory board with many people and then give you opinions and their ideas how to do it peacefully, wisely, because this government is of the people, by the people, and for the people. And we have to work to make sure our taxpayer money working effectively for every people. If all of you here elected by the people and you promise something to the people that you will do this, you do that, then you have to keep your promise. Otherwise, people will appraise you and make you pay for your mistake. So all of you have to be wisely and use your mind, use your heart to come up to any decision affecting other people. And I hope that in the future, if you want to run again for next terms, then you have to work harder. Not only you, but also any city officers have to work harder so that you show to the people that you are effectively working, you are honesty, you are transparent to all of the people because you take the money from the taxpayer. So I hear, congratulations, all of you have the courage to come here to raise your concern about retaining Christine Corden. And I wish you will overcome this decision. They haven't made decision yet. So you will overcome it because you have the support of the people. Thank you for your decision today.
Our next speaker is Jan Brookhart with David Thelman on deck. Jan. All right, next speaker is David.
Anyhow, I would like to mention a couple of, I used to tell my kids, is a glass 1/5 full or 4/5 empty? Depends how optimistic you are. And I could lead into a joke, but it might not be funny. I mean, it has to do, it's a clean joke. But the thing is we could create a positive, upbeat approach to the emotions that's happening within this area. You look at a helicopter, the science behind it. Da Vinci came up with the concept where you have the blade to lift the helicopter, there's action, and then there's the body of the reaction. When there's hatred on one side, there's reaction of hatred the other side. When there's goodwill, action and reaction. Anyhow, the main point of I know it's off topic, but
yeah, that's why I'm about to get you back.
Oh no.
Please go into topic, the closed session item.
Close to topic. Well, everybody's facing each other like two rams. If we could come up with a concept how we could coil our differences, instead of like the council could be sitting with us and then have a screen and then say, how can we make where we work together as a community? Because right now it's like two rams facing each other, and that's why it's part of the tension and stuff like that. So if we had something like with the screens and a vision.
Are you talking about the items? Please get into the item. You almost got...
Sorry. But anyhow, glass is 1/5 full, so I just want to leave it with that. No matter how bad things seem on the streets. But whoever, whatever happens on the politics. Well, anyhow, the last part of what I'd like to say, if I got cancer, mental health, knee
You're still off the topic.
Okay. Well, I hope everybody will be more upbeat. But, people,
Thank you very
hug
much.
your kids, hug your dog, and
Thank
go
you.
from there. That's it.
Our next speaker is Dorisi Doan and Tony.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Dorisi, and I'm the Government Affairs Director for the Orange County Realtors. Most recently, we did hold a city manager panel. Christine was 1 out of 4 that presented, and if anyone was in attendance, if you were there, you would know that she works endlessly on your behalf and your constituents. As a daughter of Vietnamese refugees, I am the first generation that was raised here. I attended Johnson Middle School, and I'm a proud WHS Lion. I'm also here to speak in support of our Westminster City Manager Christine Cordon, who rebuilt a department head team. She also stopped a mass exodus of public safety personnel, a stalled development plan for a 102-acre mall site that has passed, kicked off safe routes to school, brought a city-run Tet Parade back. She introduced concept pop-up events and developed a new fall festival. I have grown up here. I have seen our city deteriorate into a volatile situation, and your city manager, Christine, put Westminster back on the map. She showcases the amazing potential of this beautiful city and why people should invest into Westminster. She is a proven and effective leader. She represents your city well, is a very well-respected public employee, heavily supported amongst her peers, and her hard work, diligent, and persevering work has not gone unnoticed. Mayor and City Council members, I urge you to make the conscientious decision to support Christine.
Our final speaker today, Mayor, is Tony.
Hello, dạ. Trước tiên là em kính chào anh thị trưởng Charlie và tất cả những nghị viên. Đặc biệt là em chào cô Amy West và anh Nam Quang. Amy hay nói lời của Chúa ra. Amy làm ơn bỏ qua tất cả những gì cô này cô làm sai, mình bỏ qua, tha thứ yêu thương người ta, là giúp đỡ cho người ta. Tại con người không có ai mà hoàn hảo đâu. Cho nên là
Yeah. Firstly, I would like to say good evening to all the mayor, the vice mayor, and the city council. And I would like to ask Amy, as the Catholic person, have mercy or have sorry that to Miss Christine Cordon, because as a Christian, you should forget and forgive everything that you have on the person.
mình làm việc phải giúp đỡ lẫn nhau, mình phải bỏ qua tha thứ cho nhau, đừng có là một cái hận thù cái gì đó. Cho nên là em muốn là ông thị trưởng, đặc biệt anh Charlie Nguyễn Mạnh Trí, lại 4 người cho nghị viên, là tối nay đừng bao giờ chúc phế cô ta, chứ là city.
As a group working together, I hope that all of you together tonight don't ever dismiss Christine Cordon to my opinion here, and please forget all of the past mistakes that any of you have committed.
Dạ là em cầu xin Chúa chúc phước lành và ban bình an xuống cho anh Charlie và hết tất cả các người ở trong đây.
I pray to God that bring peace and happiness to all of the people here and work toward a working, peaceful environment for all of us here.
Dạ là city manager, I will pray for you tonight, okay? Tell her.
And this is something he wants to talk to the city manager.
I
that
pray
he
for
will
you.
fight for you and support you. So be happy.
And then God bless you all. Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor, we have no more speaker cards for closed session.
Thank you very much. And at this time, I would like to recess for closed session. So after closed session, we'll report out. So if you want to stay, you can stay. You're welcome to stay, or you can go home. We don't know how long the closed session is. I can't tell you right now, but we'll recess for closed session.
What about the notice public hearing, Mr. Mayor?
The what?
The notice public hearing on the agenda.
It will be after report out, and we will go to consent calendar and then continue with the regular session.
Yeah, I don't believe it has a specific time. I would ask staff, is there a specific time to start that public hearing?
Yeah.
Yeah, 7 or after. So yeah, we'll address it when we come back out.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so we set for closed session.